a definition of the folks that this roadmap is designed to address, and we'll go over that definition together. What we did was we took the language and all the objectives, and we used a unifying term so that when people read the document, they can see that they are included in the document. It's much more comprehensive than it was before, and that's something we can talk about based on council direction. Another major theme is support of staff, and this theme relates to various aspects of staff support, including ensuring new and existing staff are being heard, prioritized, and provided options for further training around empathy, explicit bias, inclusion, and other diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging related topics. One of the key sub-themes here that came from this work was the importance of hiring a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging manager to oversee this process and work closely with all divisions and departments of our government, including and prioritizing and perhaps starting with our human resources department, which is doing a wonderful job and just reported to us the dashboard that they're working on. So we're finding a lot of really great synergy as we bring on the DEIB manager to this work. The next theme is the ongoing roadmap engagement. And this has been kind of a constant throughout, which is to make sure that everybody knows that while the roadmap provides really top level from goal areas all the way down to very specific objectives, that this not only really to check in on how we're doing implementing the document itself, but also, like we're going to do tonight, to discuss with the council, which is the policy-making body of our government, where you might want to add new goals or new objectives. So it's important for staff to know and to report back that there is an expectation that a process will be developed so that we can come back to council and get direction to build on the roadmap in the future. And lastly, the last major theme I'll talk about is decreasing barriers for emerging city leaders. This is a common theme amongst the council for sure, in the community. And there's clear emphasis on removing barriers to entry for community members to run and serve on city council as well as on boards and commissions. And this theme really focuses on the importance of this kind of city infrastructure to promote and cultivate future leaders, diverse leaders in our government that are reflective of all the values in the roadmap document. So we have in this document tried to include all this. If you see on the next slide, we've presented as part of the packet what we're affectionately calling legislative changes, the strike changes that are in red, where you can see how we've taken the work of the synthesis document and we've included many elements of the synthesis document in the document itself, in the objectives of the document. Now, there were absolutely suggestions that were outside the goals and the objectives, and we want to make sure that we bring those to you. We have 3 tonight, actually, that we're going to talk about. That would be extra goals or objectives. We took those that we felt improved the readability, the clarity, the completeness of our work. We wanted to make sure we got it right, and we took a lot of edits and comments around those values that we wanted to incorporate in the document. Some of the feedback you'll see is a little bit too granular for the document. It's a little bit more, might be involved in an implementation plan, for example. We wanted to keep the document as readable as we can. And so we feel like some of the community feedback that we received might find its way into a document in the city that is the next level of implementation to this document itself. And what we'd like to do, Madam Mayor, is we're prepared to jump out of this document and into the actual roadmap so we can page through if the council wants to bring up on the screen any one of the goals or objectives in more detail. But we didn't create them all as a separate slide. We thought in the discussion session we could be dynamic if the council would like to see any one in particular. Now, in addition to those legislative changes around the major themes, we have some changes that we've included that we're just calling structural changes. And these are very important points of feedback that we had that enhanced the document in its comprehensiveness and its ability to communicate its purpose. And there are 5 structural changes that we've added to the document as well. And the first one is a purpose statement. And we wrote this out as kind of like a person sitting down to read the document, kind of a roadmap in and of itself, to talk about what the document is, what it hopes to achieve, and a brief description of how it articulates its goals and objectives and how they'll be used. So we did get this direct feedback from the community. The document should kind of have a masthead where you can read what it is, and that should be how the document's introduced. We also included a definition section. Got a lot of feedback on this, on the need for a definition section. And here, this is also in this section where we started to, where we kind of laid down the language of building a more comprehensive document around the marginalized communities we hope to address in the document. So you can see in definitions, we reached out, I thank David Wahlberg for this, reaching out to the Association of Washington Cities, their Equity Resource Guide, and we took that as our resource guide to create a definition of diversity, equity, inclusion, and we kind of cleverly took language in the resource guide and put a heading on it. We really took almost verbatim, mostly verbatim language on belonging, which we get a lot of feedback on how important the inclusion of the term belonging is to this work. So we've created this structural addition so folks can see what we mean, more intentional about our meaning when we talk about these terms. And then we've added a whole section on marginalized communities. So now throughout the document, we did get feedback about making sure that more voices were recognized in the document. And you know, there is the counter argument that the document should only be about race. 5434 started as a document to ensure the respect and safety of Black people. And we were very deliberate about that, including the outreach we did around that legislation. But we did get feedback, and there is certainly a lot of reasons about how this document is now reflective of equity in the city of Kirkland, and the definition of those communities that this document seeks to address should be broader and more inclusive in how we're doing that. So this was our response to that, the creation of a paragraph and a definition of marginalized communities. And we did check back with Chan Kelly Ray about that terminology, and that's where we landed for this draft. So the next thing we did, I kind of jumped on myself as I read through, loving policy documents as I do. I did realize that if you have to read the first couple of sentences to figure out really what you're trying to understand, it might be difficult for the consumer. So we wrote a title on every objective. And we feel that makes a really big difference. You know, 1.1 is about an organizational policy statement. You don't have to read the first 3 sentences to figure that out. And it's a lot less taxing to jump into an objective. If you want to hone in, for example, on an organizational policy statement, you can just go through the titles of each of the objectives. So that was something that we heard. We need to continue to make the document as readable as possible. We have some other strategies on that as well, because this document is really fundamentally a work program document for the city, as well as a communication document for the community. And then 2 things that we're working on. We had hoped to come tonight with a complete 2-page summary, but we're going to wait. We're going to go through tonight, and then we're going to create something very similar to this. This is our intention anyway. This is a 2-page summary of the Community Safety Initiative. Really, we feel is effective communication. We're going to try to take this comprehensive roadmap and turn it into a very community-friendly 2-page summary of what we hope to accomplish. And for many purposes, one of which is to hopefully get folks that want to be involved, an easier pathway to get involved. And of course, we would put this out in many languages and really kind of think of the document, in addition now to being the directive work program document that it is, now think about it in different iterations as to how we can the document can communicate this important work in ways that either further engage the community to get involved and to learn about what we're doing. And the second thing that we're working on, of course, is an acknowledgement page. We really like, I think we do this really well. This is an example of the sustainability master plan. We have a lot of work done here, and we have a lot of gratitude, and we want to make sure that we express that gratitude in a way that is reflective of all the work that staff and the community and the council has done on this document. And just like the document itself, the acknowledgement page would be a living, growing piece of work that we would make sure is reflective of the priority that the community has given to us. So that's in the works. Now, let me close here on this slide, because this slide includes three important, what we would consider additional policy ideas to go in the document. Now, every time the idea is that when we are out doing the work of the roadmap, there are going to be ideas about expanding the scope. And every time we expand scope, we have to be mindful of where it fits in the organization and mindful of the resources that we have to do it. So there is a little bit of complexity in expanding the scope, but there's also a lot of strategic value when the council deems it necessary. So to close the first part of this presentation, we have 5 questions. The first 2 questions are, of course, comments, thoughts, ideas from the council on our proposed edits and any additional suggestions that live inside essentially the 4 corners of the document itself. But we're also introducing 3 potentially additional objectives, could even be built out into a goal, essentially a bigger objective, around whether or not, and we got feedback from the council and we got feedback from the community on these ideas. And one is, should the staff include an objective around attainable and affordable housing in the roadmap? Should staff include an equity cabinet objective, clearly defined equity cabinet? Council has mentioned that several times. And should there be an objective centered on youth? Those are the 3 policy questions that we put before the council tonight. So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to turn it back to you to take us through. We're prepared to go through each objective and all of the changes we've included, and we're also obviously prepared to discuss any of the policy ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. And we'll just kick it right off with Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Deputy City Manager and David and Adriana. I really did such a great job. And thank you also to our community members. I know this was a lot of hard work. I know, staff, I really appreciate all the consolidation that you did. I myself sent in a lot of feedback. I know Adriana captured a lot of that, so I can only imagine how much we got all together from everybody that you got input from. So thank you. I think we're starting to be headed in the right direction. I see this as a step of, hopefully, I think we all agree, of many more to come to do this important equity work. I've said before that conducting an equity assessment has been a priority of mine since joining the Human Services Commission several years ago, and I'm really, really proud that we're taking this important work on. I have to say there's a lot of good stuff in this document. I really appreciate the hard look at our internal operations, which is necessary, and it's really good work. For example, I'm glad that we're hiring DEIB staff, which is really exciting to know that there's progress on that, and that we're focusing on hiring, promotion, and retention of a more diverse staff, among a lot of other good stuff in there. That said, I really did have much higher hopes for this roadmap. I saw this as an opportunity to comprehensively examine what we do and how we do it. I remember making an amendment in 5434 around adding the word comprehensive, and really to be challenged to do better. Instead, what I think where we're at right now is mostly validating that much of what we're doing is good without really examining where we're falling short and where we need to do better. I've shared in previous meetings that we also need to do this work externally, right? I think we do a great job of the internal examination, but there's more to do specifically on our externally facing work. So I'd like us to put a pin in that and make sure that we come back to do that piece of this work too. And I get it, it's really hard to say that over the years, that throughout the generations that our city has done harm and that there are things that we're not doing well. But that's where the good stuff is, you guys. That's the growth. That's the meaningful change. And I'm really, really optimistic that as we move forward with hiring DEIB staff and with hopefully an equity cabinet, that we'll continue to challenge ourselves more and more as we continue to learn and grow. So that's my overall feedback. And so now I'll move on to answering the specific questions that you have of council tonight. And I have my responses, kind of my thoughts planned in order of the questions in the packet. And I think you shifted them around a little bit on the slide. So I'll just do them if that's okay in the order of the packet. So first of all, around housing, yes, I'd like to see a goal or goal area around housing. This is some of the feedback that I had sent in already. We could certainly include the work that we're already doing on affordable housing and tie it to that and reference other plans that we have. We could also add an objective around tenant protections. Some of this we're already starting to discuss that are specifically related to housing affordability, you know, the ones that Arch has recommended. And others also that we've said we'd discuss at a later time that are related to equity, such as ones that address Social Security number requirements, inflexibility of rent due dates to those on a fixed income, and children and those with disabilities being forced to sign leases where the tenant of record is already a signatory. Those are just some examples of ones that I know staff has briefed us on in the past that we've said we've come back to. So I think this is a great spot for us to put that under a housing goal. I'd also like for us to be a bit bolder here and consider how we can begin to do our part to repair the history of racially based exclusionary housing covenants and zoning in the city of Kirkland. We know that Kirkland isn't the only city. This is a community-wide, statewide, and nationwide issue, but we do have responsibility here in our jurisdiction because in our city, those exclusionary housing covenants and zoning have created greater opportunities for generational wealth created by home ownership for white families and individuals than for BIPOC families and individuals. And one way that I've heard from some community members that they've proposed that we can help begin to undo this unequal wealth distribution and home ownership opportunity is through a housing reparations program, specifically for Black home ownership, such as a program that could remove barriers for Black community members to home ownership with programs that could include down payment assistance for Black community members and partnerships with lending institutions. I know that some cities in other states have enacted similar programs. I would note that it's my understanding that I-200, it's an initiative that currently prohibits any governmental agency in Washington state from doing this kind of true equity work. And so that's something that I'd like us to examine as part of that as well. Okay, so on to the next question. I'd absolutely like to see us forward with an equity cabinet. It would be a huge help to have the ongoing input of a diverse group of community members from historically underrepresented demographic populations. I can see, you know, a lot of potential good work that they can do in their work plan, consisting of both providing us feedback on things that we ask for feedback from, and also getting, you know, new ideas that they proposed, you know, things that perhaps we haven't worked on yet or haven't thought of yet. It was also mentioned in a previous council packet that they could possibly fill the community member police oversight group that the community's been asking for. So yes, I see a lot of good opportunities there, and I'd like us to move forward on plans to form an equity board. Next, on the question of a youth goal or goal area, yes, I'd like to see this as well. I know this is, I was one of the folks that provided this input. Specifically, we've heard from the community that they'd like a youth-specific version of the government essentials program, whatever we're going to be calling that, that we'll be developing. I see a lot of opportunity here to partner potentially with the school district, with the youth council, if they're interested. So I think that would be really cool. We've also heard from Black youth in our community that they want us to remove police from schools. So I can see our work there on SROs under this objective or under this area as well. And I also, you know, I don't want to pretend to speak on behalf of our community's youth. My growing number of gray hairs certainly won't even let me try. So I think it's really good to have a youth goal area and then go back to the youth or go back to our notes from our conversations with the youth and really populate it based on what youth are specifically asking for related to equity in youth. So, and also, you know, it's a living document. So we could put a goal area here. We could put a couple of the goals that, you know, I've already mentioned or others may mention, and then add additional ones as we engage more with youth in the community. So would love to see that. And as far as feedback on the edits, I really appreciate many of the edits in the roadmap. I am concerned with the language changes, specifically the addition of marginalized community members, that we're taking the focus away from its original intent of anti-racism work. I always go back to something that I heard James Whitfield say many months ago, maybe even a couple years ago now, which he said, way more eloquently than I can. But essentially the message I got from what he said is that when we work to achieve justice for those furthest from justice, we also help others along the way. There's a ripple effect that helps others who aren't as far away from justice. So if we keep the focus here on anti-racism work, and if we do it well and consider the many intersectional identities in our community, then we will also help other, quote unquote, marginalized groups with this work, right? So I'm all for including language to fully capture what identities we want to focus this equity work on, including BIPOC community members, those in the LGBTQIA+ community, those with disabilities, low income folks, et cetera. I know that I've specifically asked for some of that language to be added in here, but I don't want to see us take away the focus from what we're really trying to achieve here. And I think that just grouping everybody into a common term of marginalized community members just waters down what our original intent was. There are ways that we could strike a good balance. We could say that the main focus is anti-racism work and that we're also interested in equity work as it relates to other identities, including those that I mentioned just a moment ago and any others we may want to include. So let's give this just a bit more thought on the language we use there. As far as additional suggestions for edits, other than what I've already covered, I say that I really like that we added a purpose section at the beginning, so thank you for that. It'd be great to take it a step further to set the stage with an introduction of why we need to do equity work. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the 2-page summary too. I think that's a fantastic idea, and I would expect that would also have that, an introductory paragraph or so, just kind of, again, just setting the stage of why equity work is so important and why it's important to us in the city of Kirkland. Other than that, I just want to say that I absolutely love our community. I so appreciate all of the input and feedback that we've gotten so far on this. And just a reminder to the community that this is a living document. And as such, we'll continue to make changes and additions as we learn and grow. So I know we're continuing to get feedback. We got more feedback today, and we're going to continue to listen. So thank you, Deputy City Manager Lopez, for mentioning, the ongoing roadmap engagement. We know that we have more work to do. And so community, please continue to provide input and continue to challenge us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Jim and Andrea and David, for your hard work on this. I told the city manager this morning that this has been 2 years of really personal growth for all of us, and this is a reflection of that. And we did receive some criticism this afternoon. We have guests in the chambers tonight, and I appreciate them being here. That it didn't go far enough, that there's missing pieces. And we are saying that this is a living document, that we will continue to move forward. I expect that there are areas where we can push harder, go stronger, go deeper, and that will happen over time. And I'm really looking for our soon-to-be hired DEIB manager to shepherd this, and he, she, they will bring their expertise, their professionalism, their experience to make this document even better. So I appreciate the hard work. I appreciate the community feedback. I think it's been incredibly valuable. The pieces in there that listed all the input from the community was really important and insightful, and I was happy to see it. So I think that this is a great launch, and it's a roadmap, and as your metaphor, this is the first step on this road, and I think we're there and we're ready to go. As far as your questions, I also wrote my notes in the order of the packet. Objective for attainable housing, absolutely. We do have a housing strategy plan, but I do think it's really important that we talk specifically, as Council Member Falcone spoke about, inclusive land use policy and how we can improve that, and affordable housing so that all members of our community feel included and a sense of belonging. So I think that's really important. I couldn't more strongly stress that I feel very, very strongly that we need to create an equity cabinet. As we've said before, we have really robust, engaged neighborhood associations, but they represent a point of view. And we need an equity board that that represents different points of view and different values and different needs to also influence our land use policy as well as our policy documents. So I think this is really important, and I'm hoping that as soon as the DEIB manager comes on, that we will make the steps to do that. The other one, Councilmember Falcone, it's good to hear your thoughts about youth. I wasn't really sure about that, so I'll be interested to see what comes back on that objective. And then my specific edits, I have just a few, and as I said earlier, there's always more we can add, but I am just reflecting on what is in the document. On 1.4, I think that we talk about art and decor in city facilities. We need some place to talk about art decor throughout the city, and I'm talking about anything that's in City Hall, city parks, anything that the Cultural Arts Commission does, the Cow and Coyote. We really need to be sensitive to microaggressions and whether our public art is inclusive. And on that theme of public art, 3.5, we're talking about our Indigenous Native History document. I think we need to add public art in the last sentence because I would like to see that also reflected in our community. Cultural competence training, I think that's 7.3. We talk about cultural competence training for city staff. I want to be really specific that we're talking about that council members. Are we city staff? I don't know. But I want to be really clear that that also includes council members, that we will have ongoing bias and cultural competence training. But I also think it's hugely important that our boards and commissions, our chamber leadership, our business community, our neighborhood associations also benefit from that training. So I don't know if that's in 7.3 or if it's a new task that we put in community and education, but I would like to see it in there. When we talk about translation, we have members of our community that are deaf and blind, and I also want to find how we can improve our communication with those populations. I appreciated the suggestion to have translators at our public events. I also would encourage us to have sign language, ASL, people there to also translate. And then I did want to say I have been unenthusiastic about Civic Accelerator training program. I really like city leadership. I think that captures what we're trying to do. So good job on this. This has been a huge effort. And along with everything else, this has not been an easy lift. And so again, I have to thank you all for your hard work on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've organized my remarks basically by goal, objective, number. But I want to start off by saying, like Councilmember Falcone, I think I sent in a comment on every single section. And I appreciate the staff weeding through those and not necessarily including all of the commentary that I had, but just including the gist of the important ones. And in my original comments, I was very supportive of a lot of the things that are in the document. And a lot of what I had were questions for clarification, and a lot of those clarifications have been done. I still have a few questions for clarification, and that's what I would like to focus on tonight. So in 3.5, this has to do with the land acknowledgement. I'm still looking for us to get the usage guidelines for the land acknowledgement done. But I didn't see a target date for that. I would like to have a target date for when the land acknowledgement usage guidelines will be done, so the council can review them and we can start making use of it. In 7.2, excuse me, allergies still acting up. I'm really not COVID positive. This is the section on shared decision making. And I very much like the concept of shared decision making when we talk about feedback, input from employees to their managers, et cetera. But what I don't want this to do is dilute accountability for decisions that are made. We want to make it clear that the managers, the directors, et cetera, are still responsible and accountable for the decisions they make, and that they can't say, well, I was overruled by my employees. So if there's some kind of clarification we can make on that, I'd be happy. 9.1 is about the hiring panels, but there's one comment in there about a strong presumption for external job postings. And I believe I understand why we would want to have a presumption that all jobs will be posted externally as well as internally. But I'm a little bit concerned that that kind of conflicts somewhat with what we say in 8.1 and 8.2 about having internal career paths and facilitating employees having goals for growth within the city government. And so I mainly want to make sure that a strong presumption for external job postings doesn't turn into a strong preference for external candidates. I want to make sure that internal candidates continue to be fairly treated. In 9.3, we talk about the staff diversity mix and underrepresentation. What's not clear from 9.3 is how do we measure that? Are we measuring against the population of Kirkland? Are we measuring against the whole region? Are we measuring against the candidate pool? And I really would like to see some definition of the metrics that will be used to determine success in this. What is it that we're going to measure? And I also think we need to emphasize that just like we did on the contracting policy, that we're not talking about establishing quotas. That we're still focused on hiring the most highly qualified people, that we may have a race tiebreaker, but that job qualifications are the priority. And I think that what's most important is how we structure our recruiting efforts. And we need to be recruiting in the ways and in the places where we're more likely to reach diverse candidates, which may be different than where we're doing our recruiting now. In 9.4, there's discussion about a diversity tracking software package. And when I read this section, it struck me that this could be a very narrowly special purpose software package that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I really want to understand what it's going to be and why it wouldn't just be an Excel spreadsheet. So I'm really asking a question for clarification here is to get a definition of what this is and what it would track. I also noted that in the goal, or is it the goal, the objective? In the objective, it talked about this being done in the fourth quarter of 2021, but I'm not aware that we finished it in the fourth quarter of 2021. So at that date may need to be updated like we updated many of the other dates.
Toby, can I interrupt you
Yeah.
just for a second? City manager, do you have a comment there?
Yeah, if I can have our HR director, Chuck Deaver, speak to that real quick.
Yes, thank you, City Manager, and good evening, members of the council and mayor. I do want to speak very quickly to the diversity tracking software because we have already implemented what's called NeoGov. It's a software that allows us to better advertise and better recruit and better track candidates across the spectrum, across all departments. And so it just so happens that this particular software also gives us the ability to ask the questions up front about diversity, and it's all self-reported, and it allows us to track and collect that data in a more streamlined fashion as opposed to using an Excel spreadsheet. And so I believe we've already been able to accomplish this without an exorbitant amount of expenditures towards it, and it is already helping us streamline the process for hiring in general. As you know, we have huge hiring needs here at the city across all departments, and so this tool was necessary and has already been implemented over this past year and has been proven to be very effective.
And Councilor Nixon, we're going to, and council, we're going to update in the final iteration of the document all of the accomplished objectives, because there are a few of them in the document that we have already accomplished, this being one of them.
Excellent, thank you. I'm getting down there. 12.2, this is about the response and support plan for victims of hate and bias. And I 100% agree with that. But what I see missing from this section is that what we really need to do is encourage people to report incidents of hate and bias. Because I don't think the data we have now really reflects what may actually be happening out there. And, but I don't necessarily have any really good ideas about what do we have to do to encourage people to report things. Now, having a response and support plan so that they know that when they do report things, they won't be just sloughed off is certainly part of that. But I would like to have this expanded somewhat to talk about how do we encourage people to report. 13.2, I think Councilmember Curtis mentioned this as well. It has to do with translation. And what I'm looking for here is, maybe somebody on staff knows this off the top of your head, what is a Title VI vital document? And what does Title VI actually require? Can we get some examples of that? And one of the real questions I have is, do documents have to be translated proactively versus on demand? If somebody asks us to translate a document, can we do it then, as opposed to potentially spending a lot of money to do it all up front in every language that's spoken in the city? And one comment I have, we already have the ability on our website using Google Translate to translate any page in an automated way. But that doesn't work on PDFs of scanned documents. And because the character recognition just doesn't work to translate a scanned document. And so I'd like to see us consider having a policy that all the documents we post on the website are in a form that can be translated and not just scanned, which makes that difficult to do. Because if we have that capability, then at least for the languages that are supported, people can help themselves in terms of translating something that's on the website, but it doesn't work if it's scanned. And then lastly, 16.2, this is about offering compensation to people, stipends for providing the city input, being in meetings, giving us feedback, those kind of things. And I'm a little concerned that that we would be paying people just for being present. But it's hard to measure the quality of the input we get from people, right? Lots of people who participate in our public engagement process now just observe and don't say anything. And do we want to pay people to just be present, or do we want to have some level of expectation? And so maybe that will come to us in the staff recommendations in this area, but that is a concern that I have. And those are my remarks. Thank you.
Do you have any particular comments on the questions?
I'm good with what my colleagues have said already.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Jim, David, Andriana, and team on this. We can tell the passion and support and enthusiasm for this subject among the city leadership and staff. In fact, I note that even before this document has been formally adopted, the city's already developing community responders. We're considering equity in our policies and practices. Later this evening, we'll discuss resolving differences in the city code in the disapproval jurisdiction of the Houghton Community Council, which sunsets on July 9th. This is significant progress towards the vision of being a safe, welcoming community where all belong. And we have more major work underway with various objectives being completed this year, both in the plan and within policies that we're considering as a city council. As we look at some of the questions of, do we want to include some policy, additional policy statements in this document? I'm torn on this because you take housing, for example. I strongly believe housing is an equity issue. I think it is guiding what we are doing within the station area plan. I think it will be a big part of what we do around the comprehensive plan. I would rather have those discussions as we're developing those policies than figuring out how we get them into this roadmap. I would advocate more for adopting the roadmap formally as soon as we can. Because I think we're going to get to the policy details of these other things in the future. To kind of set expectations, I wonder if instead of this being the 5-year roadmap, the way that this started out as the way that this document started out as an organizational assessment really makes this the 5-year organizational roadmap. The policy things that we're going to be discussing as a city council, we're going to get to in the 85th Street area plan, in the future discussions on the arch recommendations, on the pros plan, on the comprehensive plan, on our future legislative agenda. We're going to be talking about all the things that Councilmember Falcone and others have brought up. I would much rather get to a point where we adopt this roadmap and move on to those discussions versus trying to hash out what our housing equity goal is now and what our youth equity goal is now. Important issues, I think we'll get to them. The one thing I would advocate in adding is a specific goal on decreasing barriers to serving on city councils, boards, and commissions. We have talked about this at our city council retreat. We've talked about this when we were doing interviews for the salary commission, which determines salary and benefits for the city council. Serving on the city council involves 6-hour regular business meetings. We get staff briefings or other meetings during the day. In addition, council members sit on various boards representing Kirkland, where we've been appointed by this council or by the Sound City Associations, and those have daytime and evening meetings. While the city council is not a full-time job given the council manager system of government we have, serving on the city council does require a significant part-time commitment. And we've said before, we're interested in removing barriers for entry to run and serve on city council, as well as serve on boards and commissions. I think we need a specific statement on talking about the stipends for boards and commission members, potential salary changes for council members, potential changes in benefits. And I'd like to see I'd like to propose that we had a specific goal that the city manager's office will develop options by Q4 of 2022 to have the Kirkland Salary Commission or maybe a broader committee study this issue. And so we can really look at decreasing barriers to serving on city council, ideally before filing week a year from now when we have our next city council races. So I'd like to think about that. But beyond that, I support the changes that are in the document and would advocate for aggressively moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or answers to the questions? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate, well, first of all, I appreciate all the hard work. I'm not going to repeat all the accolades to staff, but thank you so much. And appreciate the comments from my fellow council members, all very thoughtful. I guess I would echo a little bit what Deputy Mayor says. I do not want this work to get slowed down. We're already implementing the work, as Deputy Mayor aptly described. We're already implementing some of the strategies that we're describing in the roadmap. I don't want to get slowed down by getting into specific legislative decisions. I don't think we're making legislative decisions today when we're adopting the roadmap. I don't think we're making specific budget decisions today when we're adopting the roadmap. I would echo what Councilmember Curtis said. I think this is a great launch document. Again, don't want to get slowed down. It's a living document. It's a visionary document. It reflects our aspirations as an organization and for our community. We could go into a lot of detail, but what we really need is to be nimble. This work that we are undertaking is not something that I think we can very well capture in a document today. One thing we're missing that has been highlighted by some of my colleagues is we do not yet have the input from our DIB manager. And a big part of what I vision our DIB manager doing is being our advisor on this document and on some of these questions that have been raised. I will say I do like Deputy Mayor's, specifically do like Deputy Mayor's suggestion of a goal and objective around making our boards, commissions, and our council more accessible. I think that's, and I wouldn't disagree actually with any proposal that's been suggested. I just think at the end of the day, I want to adopt this document. I want to move forward with this work. And I know that we're going to be making future legislative decisions. I know we're going to be making future budget decisions. And if we try to capture all of that in this document, we're going to slow ourselves down. So let's be nimble. Let's have this work adopted. With respect to housing, I guess I'm a little bit, I'm kind of in the same boat as Deputy Mayor on this, that we have a housing strategy that we have in place, plus it could use additional work. It's an equity issue. I think this council, this city leadership understands that, and I don't think it hurts to refer to that work and the why behind that work and how the why is related to equity. But there's a whole lot more in a housing strategy plan than we can incorporate into this document. With respect to an equity cabinet, I think a well-implemented equity cabinet with advice, and for me, I want to hear from our DIEB manager what an equity cabinet would look like, what its role would be, and how it could be really well implemented, and how it's been maybe well implemented in other jurisdictions or in other organizations. So I want to understand there what works. With youth, I think it's an interesting one. I probably need to sit a little bit longer with the question of youth. I think I'm not a youth, but a lot of the issues, I think there are some really important issues with youth. One of the main ones, and I've spoken about this on many occasions, is youth mental health. And I think that is a crisis issue. This happens to me every time. That's a crisis issue for our community. Give me 1 second. And as important as that work is, and as much as that is an equity issue for our youth, I don't know that, and as much as that is that for a lot of youth that does become an issue associated with the intersectionality of their identity, of their various identities. I didn't necessarily feel that we had to have a youth focus in this document, but I think it's definitely, as part of the nimbleness that I described, as part of the advice and counsel we get from our DIEB manager, I think if there is a need for us to focus on specific issues associated with equity of youth, we should do it. I don't think this document prevents us from doing that. With that, I'll end, and thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Deputy Mayor Arnold?
One thing on the equity cabinet, since I didn't cover that in my remarks, there's been a couple of things where we've talked about, boy, we really need that DEIB manager. From Councilmember Falcone's comments about have we gone too far in the language and getting around anti-racism original focus when we've looked to expand the definition of equity. That's something a DEIB manager could help us with the language on. As Councilmember Black says, as we look at we're already doing targeted outreach to different groups to get that equity feedback beyond neighborhood associations. But for an equity cabinet, I want to hear from the DIB manager once on board on how they would structure it and be successful. There are examples of other equity cabinets around the region. Puget Sound Regional Council even has stipends for there. So there's some things that we can learn from and to develop best practices, but definitely would want to get stage this such that we get input from the DEIB manager on the structure and how we're going to go support this. What we're learning in this post-COVID realm is that to do public meetings effectively, the staffing of this really adds up. We have much more staffing for a hybrid meeting tonight within our IT department. If we're looking at spinning up an equity cabinet as well, I want to look at the implications of that. So I think there's a lot of details, and hiring the DEB manager and getting their feedback, I think it's an important first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to make a few comments. I'll say what Jay said. Basically, the deputy mayor really captured it for me. I feel like this is a roadmap, that we are going in the right direction. I love what we've done so far. I am extremely excited about bringing on our DEIB manager. I've worked with DEIB managers in a number of different areas, and it always strikes me that this is such an evolving role in organizations, and that, you know, it's like riding the crest of a wave, which is why I don't feel like we can actually land on anything until we have that position in place. So moving forward with an equity cabinet, I think is possibly a good idea. Can't wait to see what our DEIB manager wants. Moving forward with housing, I really think housing is such a huge issue for us that it really, certainly it's an equity issue, but it's an equity issue across everything. I mean, it's an emergency. It's so many things. So taking it back to the comprehensive planning process, assuring that we've got housing targets. We have the housing targets. So it's just, let's just make sure that everything we have that references housing goes to the single source that is correct, right? So we don't have a document over here that says this and a document over here that says something else. I concur with almost all of the proposed edits and the ones that have been suggested. I don't have anything to add. And in terms of an objective centered on youth, I would ask the same question about an objective centered on the elderly, and I would leave that up to our equity manager to help us to define. And with that.
One question, is there support among us around the goal around looking at our compensation?
I believe so, yeah. Excellent. With that, thank you very much, Jim and team.
Thank you so much.
So, Madam Mayor, let me describe like how we anticipate bringing this back. So what I think we'll do is we'll accept all the edits that you saw today, and then we'll bring the next version back for adoption with track changes of how we responded to tonight's conversation. And then council can make final edits on that document at that meeting to finally adopt this. But we hope to do this in June.
Great. Sounds good. With that, we are at 6:30. I think we can wrap that up, and that takes us to the social media discussion. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you all saw from the memo, that we're not necessarily talking about actual language of the policy procedure today. We want to talk more about interests and sort of identified conversations the council should have. So David Walbrecht, our communications program manager, had a chance to talk with all of you. So David's going to give a brief presentation tonight to provide what he heard. And then we have some questions for you about where you might want to go next. But this is the beginning of the discussion. We're not looking for final action tonight on this topic. So Mr. Walbrecht.
Great. Thank you, City Manager and Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me in preparation for tonight's study session. So as City Manager mentioned, we'll just first talk about some of the common interests that I heard throughout the conversations I had with you all, and then also start to identify some of those major themes for issues or some concerns and things that might need some council attention. Then we'll kind of provide some specific prompts for you all to have around a discussion for those issues, and then just look for next steps. And so, as I mentioned, there were several kind of common interests that I heard. One, ensuring council members' First Amendment rights to free speech. That was a really consistent theme, as was ensuring that council members abide by the Open Public Meetings Act, the Public Records Act, and adopted council policies. Also, just that there's an interest in demonstrating excellent, transparent governance, and that Kirkland council members are accessible and professional. An interest that social media, like all communications, shouldn't detract from the collegiality of the council. And that there is clarity for our community when council members are representing their own views and not that of the full council. And that there may be Open Public Meetings Act restrictions on the number of council members that may be participating on a particular social media thread. Also, we're not really going to dive into it tonight, but there was a pretty common theme also about archiving and records retention perhaps being easier if there's something we could do there. So, and I just wanted to root the conversation first in kind of that list of common interests, and knowing that kind of the overall goals, it really seemed consistent that I heard from the conversations with you all. And with that in mind, there were kind of 4 key issue elements that I wanted to dive into and talk through tonight. And so one of those was somewhat specific, but it related to posts and comments related to community Facebook groups. And so kind of the prime example mentioned was the Be Neighborly Kirkland group, and there being an interest in posting and commenting in that forum. And so one of the issues that emerged related to that is that groups like this, technically require Facebook users to join the group in order to see the post or comment that is happening. And this, I'll just reference the council policies and procedures, the chapter 5.02, sub 5, sub C, quoted here on the screen. And so just kind of that key point being that council member posts on social media sites should be made through a public facing page. And so there's a little bit of a contradiction between the technicality of the community Facebook groups like Be Neighborly and the current council policy and procedures. And so the next issue related to the Open Public Meetings Act, and that was the interest being that posts and comments on any social platform are happening from our council members while also adhering to the OPMA limits on how many council members could participate. And the issue identified is that right now there's sort of a de facto first come, first serve responses on a particular thread. And even if only one council member is participating in a thread, the concerns with the OPMA has a quelling effect that influences other council members participating, either because a concern around having simultaneous posts, say if 3 others are about to hit post or publish at the same time, causing an inadvertent OPMA violation, or simply the appearance in the community of an OPMA violation, even if one isn't happening. The next issue that really rose to the top was the use of the social media disclaimer. And the interest here is ensuring that the public is aware that the views expressed are of the individual council member and that the OPMA may limit the number of council members participating. And the issue really identified was that the disclaimer is generally inconsistently used. The specific council policy and procedure is referenced here, 5.02.1.a. Posts to social media sites should include or reference by a link the disclaimers listed in section 2. And it came up in several of my conversations, and I would also point out and agree with that there may be instances where the disclaimer might not be needed. And so some of the examples provided where factual answers are just giving, matter of factly with no opinion being cited by the council member, or links back to our Kirkland for a service request, or to staff contact information, for follow-up, things like that. Things that are very technical in nature. The final issue that I'll raise tonight for council discussion is just comments on official city social media accounts. And so the interest being providing responses to comments on Kirkland social media kind of formal accounts. There's currently no policy language related to this, which was identified as potentially an issue. Some of the other concerns that arose around this are the appearance of if a council member is providing somewhat more of an opinion that appears to be the official city position, especially when that disclaimer language is not included. And there was also a similar concern about that quelling effect related to the OPMA. So those are, like I said, not all of the issues that were brought up by any means, but some of the ones that were, higher in interest and kind of broader in my discussions. And as the city manager mentioned, tonight is not necessarily intended to be the solution statement, but rather just an initial discussion about how to maybe proceed with resolving some of these issues. So this is a very full slide, but I wanted to kind of put it up all there because this, I think, would be the staff's recommendation of how to guide the rest of our conversation tonight. And so I'll first talk through each of these issue discussion prompts and then turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, to facilitate the conversation. And so related to that first issue around community Facebook groups, really the question for council is, does council want to engage on these pages? And if that is the case, then staff recommend an update to that particular section of the council policies and procedures to accommodate the purely public facing social media site that it technically is. Related to issue number 2 in the OPMA, does council want staff to return with technical and/or policy options to address the quelling effect, whereby some council members feel impeded from participating in a particular online discussion, even though only one council member may be involved on that thread, or maybe 2. The third issue around the disclaimer. Does council want to distinguish the types of posts or comments that need the social media disclaimer? And if so, staff can return with recommendations on the types of posts that need the disclaimer, as well as guidance for a good way to include standard text, such as, these are my views and not that of the full council. Other council members may be restricted from commenting on this due to state law, more, and then the URL, and an easy way to kind of implement that into your workflows. Issue 4, related to the comments on the official city accounts. Does council want a specific policy related to council member engagement on official city accounts? And if so, staff can return with draft policy language for council consideration. So with that, staff recommends moving through these issues one at a time, and perhaps starting with number 1. But Madam Mayor, I turn it over to you to facilitate the rest of the conversation with the council.
Thank you, David, for setting this up. So let us just proceed with the first question. Does the council want to engage or continue to engage in community Facebook groups? And if so, do our policies need to be updated? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, I think that there's different perspectives on this. And I think that we need to recognize the very first thing that David talked about, which is that nobody gives up their First Amendment rights when they join the city council. I see at least 3 different roles that we all function on online. One is us as an individual. If you have a personal Facebook account in just your name, John Smith, that's your personal account. You may also have a campaign account, John Smith for Kirkland City Council, in which you're interacting as a candidate. And then you may have an official account like Kirkland City Council member John Smith. And I think that the presumption of who you're speaking for may be different on each of those. I think that when you're using an official account that says you're a city council member, the presumption should be that everything you post is in that role as a city council member, and that the disclaimer would be when you are speaking for yourself rather than as a city council member. And we might say that if you're posting, commenting, or replying from an account that it's identified as a city council member, that you should not share your personal opinions. You should use your own personal account if you want to share your personal opinions. That would be an approach. But I think when we're posting or commenting on our personal account or using a campaign account, then the default assumption should be that we're speaking on our own behalf and that we're not speaking as a city council member on behalf of the council. So the use of the disclaimer kind of switches based on which account you're using. So the question, of course, comes up as to how does the public know the difference between these, right? And it's difficult to say that if you give a one-word comment in response to a post, that you should have to include this disclaimer URL every comment or every reply. So I do think that that's an approach we could take. I think that which account you post on or comment using would also have an effect on retention and disclosure. Because one of the things we really need to define, which we haven't defined very well yet, is which of our interactions are the official conduct of the city's business within the scope of our role as a city council member. And it's not just city council members, it's every city employee, right? And there are precedents in from the state Supreme Court that Kevin could tell us about, where this differentiation is made between social media posts, texts, emails, whatever it might be, that are the conduct of the city business and in scope of employment versus not. So I do think that having those definitions would help clarify what is appropriate, what is not. But underpinning it all is the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Madam Mayor, it looks like Councilmember Falcone has her hand
Oh,
raised.
thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Councilmember Nixon. I appreciate your comments. I know this is something that, you know, you care about deeply, and also you are seen as an expert in Washington State on issues of open government, OPMA, and other related issues. You know, you raised some good points about, you know, I also have questions at times between what's appropriate to post on individual campaign member account. I have all three of those types of pages. I think one thing missing, though, from your comments that I'd like to add is, you know, I really see this as on social media, we need to behave the same way we would behave if all 7 of us were in a room together. Some of your comments about like that are particular, you know, that we can say whatever we want on our individual page versus a council member account. Yes, and I can see how that applies to all employees, but we're different in that we're elected officials and we have to abide by the Open Public Meetings Act. And so my comments relate to this, but also to some other questions. If all 7 of us are in the room together, which we pretty much are in social media, even on our personal pages, even on our individual accounts, because at least on Facebook, I know that we're, you know, all friends with one another. I know that I am with each of you. And so I see what you post. And if you post something related to city business and it's your opinion, well, that's already one opinion that I already am aware of on that. And so I can now only, you know, speak with one other person. I have to be really careful of that, right? And that gets really messy on social media. And so the lens that I have for this entire conversation is, However we would behave, again, I'm just going to repeat it because I think it's so important. If we were all in a room together, that's how we need to be behaving on social media with regards to, our manners and how well we treat one another, but also in relation to what we discuss in a non-public forum, in a non-publicly noticed forum. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, David, for compiling a lot of this. I think this helps in the discussion. One of the challenges here is the conflict, and Councilmember Nixon, you're in the perfect position to opine on this, between the First Amendment and the Open Public Meetings Act. You know, as council members, we have special responsibilities in our roles there. And while our First Amendment rights to comment on any number of policies is not infringed, when you're talking about policies of the city of Kirkland, we do have some additional restrictions and responsibilities. But I'm sure that you would tell us, Councilmember Nixon, that if three of you were talking about some city business on a Facebook forum, that me saying my First Amendment rights are being infringed by not, and I'm going to participate as well, that runs into a potential conflict of the Open Public Meetings Act. Because what we've heard before is that email conversations between four or more of us, or other forums that are not a publicly noticed meeting, we cannot do. So I think we need to respect that. To the questions that we have here, for community Facebook groups, even, do we want to engage in pages like Be Neighborly? We do today. I think we're meeting the people in our community where they are. I think it's going to be important that we continue to do so, and I think we need to update the Policies and Procedures chapter to recognize that. For the OPMA, for the issues that I've talked about, I do think we could use some more technical or policy guidance to deal with that. Right now, if two people are commenting on a post on social media, I won't try to be the third, because if one of the other you was also trying to be the third, we could inadvertently have a quorum, and that would be a problem. And so if there are some technical or policy options that we can make that easier and give us some guidance, I think that would be helpful. Councilmember Nixon has talked about different types of posts and whether the social media disclaimer is needed. I think that is true, as well as some guidance on the different accounts that might be there. And then for issue number 4, engagement on official city accounts. If the question is here is, do I want the city to provide official account for me? The answer there is no. I think that is much more cost and complication. If the question there is something else, I'd like to hear more. Thank you.
Do you have a response to that, David?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Arnold, the question here, for example, a council member commenting on a post or comment thread on the City of Kirkland Facebook page, or on the Instagram account, that sort of thing, where or like a Nextdoor post that that is coming from the city, where it's otherwise a function of this communications program in the city manager's office, where we would otherwise be triaging and handling responses to those.
Okay. To that end, then, I do think a specific policy would be useful. I recall an incident with one of our colleagues on the school board that was commenting on some school board business and said later in the thread, "Oh, I'm hearing that it's bad form to criticize the organization that you're in charge of in part of this." And I think there are other channels that we have to be able to communicate with that. So I think some clarification there would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we all acknowledge that this is a challenging, difficult subject, one that's ever changing, and that I think a lot of folks kind of struggle with, and how to engage on social media, especially as an elected official. The way that I do think about it is, I think about how we are changing culturally, socially as a society, and that this is one other avenue of communication. Some people, this is how they communicate, whether that's good or bad. And I kind of equate it to my children in their use of social media, and I wish that we could temper it more. But it's kind of where things are going, and so how do we do it in a way that's thoughtful and still obviously meets the letter of the law, and that we have positive engagements with other people, and that we're respectful and thoughtful. And so that's kind of how I approach it, and I think about it this way. We could be talking with people on Facebook, and I could be doing that all day as an individual about various subjects. Same like I could be sitting at the entrance to a grocery store or on a sidewalk, engaging with constituents. Am I going to do either of those all day long? Probably not. I don't have time for that. But is that something that I want to have the opportunity to do as an elected official? Sure. I definitely want to have that opportunity. I don't want that to be tempered. But are there limitations or are there expectations around it? Yes, very much so. And I want to make sure our policies are reflective of the latest that we've learned and the issues that have arisen over time. So to me, I think if we're engaging on, let's just take the Facebook groups aspect. We're talking about Be Neighborly, but there's lots of groups out there that we could be participating on. And so I want to be mindful that you can't just, or there's people's private pages that could be raising city questions that we could be responding to, and that happens. So it's tough to really kind of segment it out. To me, it's all about how we act and what types of communication we have. And for me, the way that I approach it is if it's factual, if it's responding to something that's happened in the past and we're explaining how a decision was arrived at, that action's already taken, that regulation's already in place, then I think that's a very great forum to provide that communication. Now, if it's something that's upcoming that we haven't decided upon, where we're sharing an opinion ahead of it being discussed at a body like this, that's where I know personally I'm very careful of that. I want to make sure that discussion happens here. So I would like to approach it rather than kind of segmenting it like on groups and personal pages and official pages and stuff, is really approach it by that. So if it's something that we know is on the docket, that it's upcoming, that it's on the calendar, that we haven't made an official position, I would say that I think it's in our best interest to stay away from stating our official opinion in a forum. Well, that's distracting. So that's kind of where I'm kind of coming from on this. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like what's been said. I think there's a couple different ways you could approach this, and I actually have a framework that I've shared with staff that at some point when it's most appropriate, I'd like to share with my colleagues. I think it's a fairly reasonable framework. I was really looking at it more from, as a small town kid, I have a really hard time tuning out background noise, but I will do my best. Usually in the town I grew up, if there's background noise, you had to turn around because it might be danger. Okay, so there's a couple different ways to approach it. I think you can approach it, one, from questions like community Facebook pages, Be Neighborly Kirkland, your own personal page, your campaign page. Another way to look at it is the way that Councilmember Pascal looked at it, which is like, what is the topic? And I think both of those are actually really helpful frameworks to approach this from. I do think, to answer David's specific question, we do want to engage with people where they are, and they are on Be Neighborly Kirkland and other community Facebook pages. But I think if we take some of our most recent learnings about how people perceive our communications, whether they're on our personal page or campaign page or our official page, we look at it for how people perceive it from a matter of what the topic and whether are we directing people to the staff who can help answer their questions? Are we directing them to city web pages where we've already published some information? Are we directing them to an upcoming town hall meeting where this will be discussed? Are we explaining to them just a factual matter, why that project has been delayed? That kind of information, I think, gets a very different treatment than when we are talking about policy issues that are coming before this council or are currently before this council. And then I think we really have to take a hard look at where we're having those conversations. And one thing I would say is that, on a campaign Facebook account, I think there's a lot less limitations and restrictions that this council should impose as part of reasonable policies and procedures. It should be almost unfettered, except for maybe an acknowledgement that you are an incumbent, and so these views are not those of the city, but are those of you as a candidate. As far as, personal versus...
Can I interrupt you for just
Yeah.
a second? The city manager wants to make a comment.
Okay.
City manager?
City manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just, obviously, I am not in the chambers, but this topic, I think, still has some space to go, and we're at our 7 o'clock hour. My recommendation is maybe that we pause it here and let us bring it back for some further discussion of the questions and also some recommendations from the comments we've already received. Because I don't think we're going to reach conclusion here tonight, and I want to make sure that no council member is cut off on their ability to speak as we hit the 7 o'clock hour. So that would be my recommendation.
I'm just going to let Councilmember Black finish.
Can I have 2 more minutes just to wrap up? So I do think the current law, as I understand it, there are some issues with drawing distinctions between your personal Facebook account and your official Facebook account. So I do think we have to take a hard look at that. And as far as, the First Amendment certain issue is definitely important, but for some of the reasons already discussed by Councilmember Pascal and Deputy Mayor Arnold, we as elected officials already have reasonable restrictions on the time, place, and manner in which we have certain communications, and that comes from among other places from the Open Public Meetings Act. So to use the First Amendment as the sole lens would really prove too much. You would end up you would really end up discussing about whether the Open Public Meetings Act itself places too many restrictions on our First Amendment rights. But I do think there's a workable framework here, and I think a reasonable set of policies and procedures. I think part of this is just recommitting ourselves to our existing code of conduct and our existing policies and procedures. And then part of this is taking what we've learned recently and updating our policies and procedures. Again, I have more that I can share, and at the appropriate time I will, but with that, I'll stop.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make one comment. I don't know if you want to, Councilmember Cruz. My one comment, because we're going to come back to this, is the nature of Facebook that bothers me the most is the fact that you're not responding to someone, you're broadcasting. And I think that changes to a certain degree. That's why all I do is like things. But I do think, the most important things to me are that we remain respectful, professional, that we recognize that even as individuals, we are representing this city. And it's something I believe that we are all proud of, and proud of our role in it. So those are just the comments that I have to help David. I hope they do. And with that, we will adjourn, and we will reconvene at 7:30. Thank you.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are back in session following an
Recording in progress.
update on the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging 5-year roadmap and a discussion on City Council policies and procedures related to social media. We are now at the portion of our agenda that honors and proclamations. The first proclamation we have today is the Safe Boating and Paddling Week proclamation, which Councilmember Toby Nixon will help me with. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For just a reminder to the council, members of the public, that just prior to the meeting, I was notified I was exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID. And while I have tested negative, I am out of abundance of caution running the council meeting from my office at City Hall, but we also have the city attorney sitting in my chair who's available for the council if you need it, as well as all the other staff. So, having said that, we're going to be proclaiming May 21st or 27th as Safe Boating and Paddling Week in the city of Kirkland, as folks want to take advantage of our wonderful miles of waterfront here in Kirkland. We're now in the 64th year of National Safe Boating Week that's brought by the U.S. Coast Guard. We want to remind people to be safe and stay alive. And so after the proclamation, we have several members of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary here to receive the proclamation.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming May 21st through 27th, 2022, Safe Boating and Paddling Week in Kirkland. Whereas Kirkland's proximity to Lake Washington and a variety of waterways brings residents and visitors from across the region to enjoy water sports and boating. And whereas a large number of Kirkland's residents of all ages engage in recreational boating and paddling of kayaks, canoes, and paddleboards. And whereas there are 26 boating-related deaths, there were 26 boating-related deaths in Washington in 2020, and an average of 650 people die each year in boating-related deaths in the U.S., with the Coast Guard estimating that 86% of the fatalities could have been prevented by wearing a life jacket. And whereas most boating accidents are preventable, as they are caused by human error or poor judgment, such as operator inattention and inexperience, improper lookout, excessive speed, and alcohol and drug use. And whereas understanding safe boating practices, wearing a life jacket, and knowing the rules of the water are important in reducing risk and result in better boating adventures. And whereas the Kirkland Fire Department's water rescue crews stand ready to respond and to work in conjunction with the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary to promote and improve recreational boating safety by teaching boating safety and conducting vessel safety checks. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through 27th, 2022, as Safe Boating and Paddling Week in Kirkland, and urge all residents and visitors to practice year-round safe boating practices and to boat smart, boat safe, and to wear life jackets while enjoying our beautiful waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for joining us this evening. Ephraim, did you have any comments that you wanted to add before we let you go?
Well, I will let our district captain know, Deborah Haldeman, who's our.
Welcome, Deborah.
Hi, thanks so much. And Mayor Sweet and council members, we really appreciate you doing this proclamation this evening. And Dale and Ephraim and I represent the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary. And just a little bit about our organization. We are the volunteer civilian segment of the Coast Guard. And the majority of our efforts are aimed at promoting recreational boating safety. We work on building collaborative relationships with all local cities, law enforcement, and emergency response agencies, so we can help the public learn how to be safer on the water. So we appreciate Chief Sanford helping us with this tonight. Some of the things that our organization does is we promote boating safety by teaching boating education classes. We offer courtesy vessel safety checks for all kinds of boats, including paddlecraft, and we can provide other kinds of educational and outreach activities in tandem with other agencies serving Kirkland and the surrounding communities. We in the auxiliary look forward to working with you to have a summer without a single tragedy on our local waters. Let's redouble our efforts to promote life jacket wearing, eliminate boating under the influence, and prepare and educate boaters and paddlers to enjoy our local waters safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This takes us to item B, the Foster Care Month Proclamation, which Deputy Mayor Jay Arnold will help me with. City Manager, I look up for you and you're not there.
I know. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're proclaiming May 2022 as National Foster Care Month. As most people are aware, there's a critical shortage of licensed foster homes and group homes and support for foster kids in the state of Washington. There's 3 local organizations that are leaders in this area and that support foster care for youth and the community. Friends of Youth, Treehouse, and the Mockingbird Society, and we have links to their websites so you can learn more about them on our memo on the webpage. And then there's also, for those who are interested in learning more, the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. We have the link to their website as well, so people can find out more information about how to be a foster parent or help those who are foster families. And we have a person from the Friends of Youth here to receive the proclamation when we're finished.
A proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming May as National Foster Care Month in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas, when a child's home environment is unsafe due to abuse, neglect, or other circumstances, foster care provides a temporary home for the child with foster parents, relatives, or in some cases, therapeutic residential care. And whereas, during National Foster Care Month, we recognize that a history of racism in the child welfare system has resulted in a disproportionate number of African American and Indigenous children of youth that have been taken from their families of origin. And whereas the U.S. Children's Bureau has declared the 2022 theme of National Foster Care Month to be Relative and Kin Connections, Keeping Families Strong. And whereas there are over 407,000 children in foster care across the nation, and 34% were placed with relatives or kin. And whereas investing in culturally appropriate services and supports for relative and kin caregivers may help reinforce a child's identity and traditions. And whereas millions of children and youth currently live with relatives outside the formal child welfare system. And whereas foster parents play an important role in supporting biological parents and helping them enhance their relationship with their children to achieve family stability and maintain family connections in support of family reunification. And whereas whether formally through child welfare or informally through family arrangements, kinship care maintains bonds, increases stability, reduces trauma, and can help children maintain a sense of family, belonging, and identity. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim May 2022 to be National Foster Care Month in Kirkland and urges all residents to volunteer their time and talents on behalf of children in foster care.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And welcome, Terry. Did you have some comments to share with us this evening?
I did. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Terry Glaberson. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Friends of Youth. I'm accepting this award on behalf of Antonio Soto. He's our Director of Residential Treatment Services, who supports our foster care team. And on behalf of all the employees and partners and youth we support, we thank you for proclaiming May as National Foster Care Month. We really, truly appreciate that. For more than 70 years, Friends of Youth has envisioned all youth having every opportunity to succeed. And we've made it our mission to partner with youth and families to provide the relationships and resources and skills they need to attain personal growth and success. And the City of Kirkland has been our home for many of these years. And together we will continue to support our youth in foster care who reside in and around our community. The opportunity to preserve relative and kinship connections should be provided to every youth in foster care. And you know that, as you've even stated tonight, and these connections play a vital part in youth's overall well-being, growth, and success. And anyone who wants additional information or has questions, they can email us at fostercare@friendsofyouth.org. We thank you for highlighting the critical need for relative and kinship care, and thank you for proclaiming again May as National Foster Care Month. Friends of Youth remains committed to continuing this very, very important work. So thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Terry. We appreciate it. This takes us to item C, our final proclamation of the evening, Older Americans Month proclamation, which Amy Falcone will help me with. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we continue to strive to be a place where everybody is welcome and belongs, we move from supporting youth to proclaiming the month of May as Older Americans Month as well. According to recent census data, 12,000 people living in Kirkland are 65 or older, which is about 13% of our population. And we have many programs to help them and support them. And this is led by our Senior Council. And we have a member, the chair of the Senior Council, Chair Susan Harris-Huther, is here to receive the proclamation.
Great. Thank you very much, City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, I'll be reading a proclamation of the City of Kirkland proclaiming May 2022 as Older Americans Month in Kirkland. Whereas the Kirkland Senior Council was established in 2002 to act as an advisory group to the Kirkland City Council, and the council is dedicated to ensuring that Kirkland is and remains a safe, vibrant community for residents age 50 and older. And whereas the Kirkland Senior Council is comprised of members who provide community leadership and advocate for, support, and create programs and services that meet the needs of older adults in our community. And whereas the Kirkland Senior Council produces the East King County Resource Guide for older adults and their families, which contains information on community resources regarding health, housing, transportation, recreation, emergency preparedness, and more, all specifically tailored to help older adults, and copies may be obtained from the city's website. And whereas the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Community Living has led the celebration of Older Americans Month every year since 1963, and whereas the Administration for Community Living has set this year's Older Americans Month theme as Age My Way, recognizing the diverse ways people age and choose to age, and providing opportunities to explore the many ways older adults can remain in and be involved with their communities. And whereas the Kirkland community becomes stronger and more resilient when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are encouraged to participate in an active civil life. Now, therefore, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month in Kirkland, Washington, and urges every community member to recognize older adults and the people who support them as essential contributors to the strength of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Susan. Do you have any comments from the Senior Council for us this evening?
We just want to say how much we appreciate the City Council and you, Mayor, for your support of the Senior Council and for the things that we feel really passionate about, which include housing and the activities like our art show, which is going on right now, and advocacy for other things like Medicare and Social Security. We appreciate all the support we get from the city.
Thanks very much. Have a nice evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This takes us to item 5 in our agenda, communications. Items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. As noted before our study session, this is our third hybrid council meeting since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the community are invited to attend our meetings either in person or virtually through Zoom or telephone connections. Please limit remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you're present in person or virtually and would like to address the council during the items from the audience period, please sign up by using the online public comment instruction line or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called on in the order which they signed up And the city clerk will help us with that order by calling 3 names at a time, so we know who is up. Thank you.
So at this point, we have 12 people signed up to speak. They're all on site. And our first speaker is Paul DeVries, and he's down in the Peter Kirk room, so it may take a moment to get him squared away. And then the next 2 speakers will be Nancy Callahan and Sue Carter.
Welcome, Mr. DeVries.
Yep, thank you. Hello again. Kathy, I trust you can switch slides when I say next. Oh, you'll do that? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks. So back again, this is about the 5th Avenue South driveway moving to 6th Street South. Next, please. Basically, mostly this is, and I apologize for the use of the phrase, but we've been getting the runaround from the city staff about this, and I'm giving you some examples here. One is that the claim the driveway was never proposed for 6th Street South. You can see clearly that it was. Next, please. The level of service numbers that have been thrown at us have been basically, frankly, wrong and incorrect and underestimated. And if you do the math and do a Q analysis, you're going to end up with a level of service of F at 5th Avenue South in contradiction to Ms. Underwood's email response to us. Next, please. Also, the examples of just pulling bad numbers out of thin air. We were basically the response from Ms. Underwood that is maximum capacity of 3,800 vehicles per hour is physically impossible. If you do the math, if you look at the spacing and the available space and the time it takes to run, say, 170 vehicles through a cycle of 3 minutes, that's at most 3,400 vehicles per hour, but more likely, more realistically, we're talking maximum capacity of 1,200 to 1,700. So we're just having these numbers thrown at us. Next, please. And then what I affectionately call wall spaghetti, the observation here that, oh, by the way, people, when faced with a choice of a traffic backup or a narrow street, they'll take the traffic backup any day, really beggars belief. Next, please. I have many more examples, but I like to fix things. And so really, there are a couple things here. One, we really do need a moratorium on this permit until you have an independent peer review of that 5-year-old traffic study. You need to hold public hearing on impacts to residents, because there was never a public hearing held. And that traffic analysis needs to be redone with defensible data, and it also needs to evaluate cumulative effects, which have never been evaluated. And the driveway should be moved back to 6th Street South and mitigate for any impacts to 7th Street South. But more importantly, there's something with your state of Denmark, essentially, in terms of the traffic engineering decisions. And you really do need to audit those decisions on other current projects, because frankly, the reputation and trust of the residents on your traffic engineering department is less than stellar, to put it mildly. And really, you need a better decisions to inform your growth decisions. We're not against growth, but how that growth occurs can adversely affect Kirkland residents, and it's definitely going to affect 7th Street South if the driveway is on 5th Avenue South. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeVries. Mr. DeVries, are you going to leave us with that document?
We
assume we have
that PowerPoint.
Not this time, not this time. I can provide it. I mean,
Kathy has it, so she will share it with council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Callahan, and I'm not sure, oh, she's here in the room. And then there will be Sue Carter and then Daniela Mazoff.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Callahan.
Thank you so much for a chance for public comment. I met with attorney Louis Ewing 2 days ago, and he's given me permission to give these legal documents to the 12 wrongfully terminated firefighters, EMTs. In my job of trying to understand this situation, I found many crucial facts. Here are just 3. 1, the written verification of vaccination is an order from the King County local health officer, Dr. Jeff Duchin. It is an order, not a law, not an RCW, not a WAC. 2, Dr. Duchin states, and I quote, "Discrimination will not be tolerated in the implementation of this order," unquote. Number 3, he concludes, "As the local health officer, I strongly recommend and urge all people and businesses in King County to comply with this order and its anti-discrimination requirements." He signed this on September 16, 2021, revised at November 1st, 2021. For this order to be effective for 6 months, until March 16th, 2022. As we all know and aware that on March 1st, 2022, the required vaccine passports and the wearing of masks was dropped for King County. This brings me to a letter from Attorney Louis Ewing. He has prepared it for the wrongly terminated firefighters, EMT, to serve notice to the city of Kirkland, and I will quote a few parts of it. An employer can only deny reasonable accommodation to an exempt employee if doing so creates an undue hardship or undue burden for the employer, and the employer bears the onus of demonstrating that it is by being unvaccinated, an employee creates a burden to the employer's duty to provide a safe workplace. However, federal courts hold when an employer denies religious or medical accommodation the grounds of undue hardship, and I quote, any hardship asserted must be real rather than speculative, merely conceivable, or hypothetical, unquote. On its Omicron variant website, the CDC on February 2nd, 2022 states, and I quote, scientists are still learning how effective COVID-19 vaccines are at preventing infection from Omicron. Based on this fact of still learning, an implied increase in risk of vaccine transmission from the firefighters' EMT employment is unknown, not measurable, purely speculative, unquote. In light of the above stated facts, any attempt to deny accommodation based on a claim of undue hardship is at this time legally unsupportable. I urge the city of Kirkland to reinstate these 12, I'm almost done, last sentence, 12 firefighters EMT and save the city millions of dollars in legal fees and fines from civil lawsuits and highly possible criminal charges. Thank you for letting me finish.
No applause, please. This is our business meeting. And we do not accept people applauding for or against issues on the floor of the council.
Our next speaker is Sue Carter, then will be Daniela Masshold and Mike Raskin.
Welcome, Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Manager Triplett, and members of the council, as a longtime Kirkland resident, I enjoy having so many wonderful parks within walking distance of my home. My favorite is Marina Park, where I can indulge in people watching, chatting with an interesting person I've just met, enjoying the exuberant play of children, or gaze at a beautiful sunset to the accompaniment of music, one of our universal languages. The last 2 years have been AG double toothpicks for everyone. What a respite Marina Park has been, especially because of an extraordinarily talented, versatile, uplifting, and personable singer who not only had a sparkle in his eye, but was always there with a radiant smile. He engaged happily with everyone who spoke to him, took requests, stopped in the middle of singing to acknowledge someone or say thank you to a compliment. And there were many compliments given. His repertoire included music for everyone. It was so inspiring and wonderful to see children dancing, golden agers tapping their toes in time to the music, people singing, or even a young lady signing an ASL, a song he was playing, because she asked if she could do so, and he said yes. Often singers, even from other countries, would ask if they could sing, and he let them. What a bonus. He obviously developed a big fan base and was well-liked and known by many. But he disappeared in March 2022. Because I'm in that park almost every day and don't meet strangers, I'm always asked what happened to the piano man. I tell them he was banished because he was playing amplified music, which there is an ordinance against and is recently being enforced. They don't understand it any more than I do because other people have still been playing with amplification. There have been complaints, but there will always be detractors. So why should a few spoil the fun and enjoyment of many? People have expressed their concern. I've suggested emailing Parks and Recreation or calling the city or their council member. I'm here tonight to humbly suggest a review and a revision of the current ordinance to provide equity for all performers, to define reasonable limits on volume and types of amplification, hours of performance, and types of instruments or equipment permissible. I hope you will take this under consideration. I respectfully ask you to allow the piano man to come back in the park while this is under review. Please come down there too so you can see what you're missing. 400 years ago, William Congreve stated, "Music has charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks or bend the knotted oak." That still holds true today. The piano man is a panacea to our souls and spirits.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Your time is up.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniela Mashold,
Thank you.
and then Mike Raskin and Lisa McConnell.
Welcome, Ms. Mashold.
Thank you. Dear Sir, dear Madam, our neighborhood spoke at the last city meeting in April about the project on 422 6th Street South, and the concern why we came to you is the exit on 5th Street South. We are concerned as the exit on this street will feed the majority of traffic from this office building into our street, 7th Street South. Further, our concern is that during the initial planning 4 years ago, our street was not even taken into consideration to be impacted, which does seem totally wrong. We further identified lots of wrong data going into the survey and the original permit. The original permit expires in June this year. And now the city and the building department has the opportunity to diligently review the survey, acknowledge that 4 years have passed by and that area changed a lot. Also to take into consideration that the exit on 5th Avenue South would definitely impact 7th Street South traffic, which is not built for it. All of the concerns and the wrong assumption which has been made before had been called out from our neighbors at the last city meeting. The building department, however, did not step up and take the time to review the old survey and data points leading to the permit. Further, the building department did not show empathy to the residents. Why do I say this? At the second meeting, the building department, without information, showed up with a city lawyer against us. At a recent meeting, the building department immediately tried to talk us down and hide behind statistics, that she only could review projects with an impact of size of 5,000 and more cars. No interest if this is creating a security hazard and creates a long-term security issue, which plays against the kids and the youth on the street. I want to share this today to make sure it's on record, to make sure if in 2, 4, or 5 years from now, an accident occurs with the office traffic accessing the parking garage on 5th Street and hits a kid on our street is documented and recorded. And least but not least, I want to express how disappointed I am about the ignorance and treatment of residents from the Kirkland Building Department. I apologize to be so blunt, but it is really heart of mind for us.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, everybody.
Our next speaker is Mike Raskin, followed by Lisa McConnell, and then Will Friend.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Mike Raskin. I'm a parent of 2 kids in Kirkland and a business owner for 30 years. I'm here to talk about La Quinta and the proximity to schools. I support finding solutions for the homeless in Kirkland, but not next to a school. Tonight, you see many parents that feel the same way as I do. They too support finding solutions for the homeless, but not next to a school. At your own town hall meeting last week, 60% of the people there were either against or strongly questioned locating next to a school. Over 4,000 parents and residents have signed a petition saying they support finding solutions for the homeless, but not next to the school. We have heard from Leo from the county talk about the homeless problem, but when asked to show evidence that locating next to a school has been shown to be safe, he has nothing. Come on, Leo, show us the proof. We shouldn't be asking Mayor Sweet. You should be asking Leo to show you the proof. City council members, you passed a conditional approval, but we've seen no proposed conditions. Will you allow drug users? Will you allow sex offenders? What restrictions will you put on who goes there? Where is the staff report done by your own planning department that details why the uses being considered will be safe next to a school? We've seen nothing that would make us believe you'll do anything but rubber stamp the county's proposal. I say to you, council members, just like I said to Leo, please show us the proof. Where's the proof? Mayor Sweet, when asked if you could point to other places where low barrier facilities work next to schools at a meeting at EPS, you said no, that this would be a good experiment. Well, we don't want to experiment with our kids. Where is the proof at other locations in our state, around the country, that a low barrier facility has worked next to schools? Mayor Sweet, show us the proof. The parents of Kirkland deserve proof that the low barrier facility will not be a problem with schools next door before you rubber stamp the county's proposal. Frankly, for the life of me, I can't understand why you would allow a low barrier facility next to a school. There are other things the county can put there, like affordable housing, that can also help the homeless problem without near the risk to schools. Parents have a long memory when it comes to their kids. If you allow a low barrier facility at La Quinta and there's a problem with just one kid, they will remember. If you don't put conditions in place, as you promised, but to date we've not seen, and there is a problem with just one kid, they will remember. Around the country, we're seeing elected officials lose their jobs when they ignore parents. Parents don't forget. As a parent, we learn about bullies. We teach our kids how to deal with bullies. The county is trying to bully you into a low barrier facility with absolutely no proof. Tell the county they can't bully you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Your time is up.
One last thing, if you don't mind, ma'am. Mercer Island has not let them been bullied. They've put a 600-foot
Thank you,
buffer
Mr.
in.
Raskin.
Kirkland can too. Don't let the county bully you. Take care of our kids. Keep them
Thank you.
safe.
No applause, please, or I'll ask you to leave the room.
Our next speaker is Lisa McConnell, and then Will Friend, and then Melissa Del Rio.
Welcome, Ms. McConnell.
Good evening, Mayor Sweet, council members, City Manager Triplett. I was out bebopping around shopping local today, and I happened to go down 116th Avenue, and much to my surprise and delight, I saw the bollards up on our very first Kirkland Greenway. This is our first protected bike lane and walkway, and I am so excited. It's not normally a route that I would bike on, but I'm going to find an excuse, which shouldn't be hard with the weather that we had today. I am wanting to thank a lot of the staff that have shepherded this project through since its initial showing in the Transportation Master Plan in 2015 up to today, where it's almost in fruition. I'm pretty excited about our Greenway. 7 years seems like a long time, but anybody who's been on a city project knows that 7 years is pretty good from inspiration to fruition. So I wanted to thank the council and the city staff again for seeing this project all the way through. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Our next speaker is Will Friend, followed by Melissa Del Rio, and then Dan Harrison.
Mr. Friend.
Council, I actually have some slides. Okay. Oh, do I? Never done this. Sorry about that.
The slide will be right there. If you go here to the presentation, and you'll find your little friend right there.
Oh, there we go.
You can make it bigger. That one, and you can make it as a presentation right there.
That one?
Yeah.
Or slideshow?
Yep. There you go.
Okay, cool. Let me just make sure. That's okay. Hi, good evening, council. It's an honor to speak to you again. My name is Will Friend, and in light of the topic of busking and parks being on your agenda for the June 7th meeting, thank you for putting that on the agenda. I wanted to present to you two options for your consideration, which I believe would be the best course of action in order to promote equity amongst performers at Marina Park. Option one would be to, which I believe would be the easiest and most logical option, would be to simply revise KMC 118090. In the interest of time, I am not going to read the whole thing, but the issue could be solved by removing the redundant clause prohibiting amplification devices, as seen here. It's important to note that the next sentence prohibiting sound from traveling past 50 feet would remain to ensure both amplified and acoustic musicians are not excessively loud, thus solving the public disturbance issue. Option 2 would be to create a busking permit. Despite what the KMC says here regarding obtaining a written permit from the director, there's currently no permit process. The permit would allow performers to share their gifts while adhering to the current rules of the KMC. I sent the full proposal to the council in March, but some key points would be that all performers must obtain a permit from the city of Kirkland for an annual fee. Performers' sound must not travel beyond 50 feet of its origin. It may be amplified provided they are not plugged into a city power source, and the performance locations would be granted on a first-come, first-served basis. So far, the city's response to the issue of equity and artistic free speech I've experienced over the past few months has unfortunately been disappointing and discouraging. For example, posting this large sign at Juanita Beach Park, encouraging people to report violations. As you're aware, this all started due to an influx of noise complaints. However, upon a public records request of every complaint filed against me to the police over the past 7 months, I found that all but one came from just 2 people. As you can see from this chart, blue is color 1, red is color 2, and the one yellow is color number 3. I encourage you to look into the police reports yourselves to confirm that I'm being completely truthful in this. On the contrary, I've received hundreds of unique compliments from people both online and in person who have been positively impacted by the music in the park and are longing for its return. It simply makes no sense to cater to a small few who have used an ordinance to single out specific musicians at the expense of the good of the community as a whole. I am about to run out of time, so I'd like to have my friend Melissa finish off this presentation by reading you just a few of these comments on a post I made to the Be Neighborly Kirkland Facebook page in late February. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your discussion on this topic at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Brand.
much.
So Melissa Del Rio is next. And then followed by Dan Harrison and Aaron McVeigh.
Hello, here are some of the comments people have said about the music. Your music gives life to Kirkland. We all appreciate it and seen a regular face since the sad time of 2020 when the park was almost empty and someone was still giving us entertainment and hope. You are so appreciated and supported, Will. I have often gone to Marina Park just because I know you'll be down there playing. Then, since I'm already down there, I end up eating at one of the close-by restaurants. You are a huge benefit for the businesses around the marina. My girls love your music. You've made many days at the marina magical for them. Your music is always very tasteful and never too loud, and everyone looks to be really enjoying it. The marina wouldn't be as special without your music there. We support you. I think the last one is especially crucial, especially with May being Mental Health Awareness Month. Please let the music play. We need this for our mental health. So many people have been isolated over the past 2.5 years. It's a way for our community to connect and enjoy the beautiful talent. Now, these are just a couple out of many testimonies even I myself have heard. And to add another one, my own experiences, the music helped me so much in life over the past year since I started going to the park. Whether I was dealing with grief, anxiety, work stress, depression, and so forth, I could always count on his music to bring me some peace. Additionally, I'd also like to touch on the equity issue here. Sorry about that. And for instance, if you are a musician and you play saxophone, you don't need an amp. But for a keyboard player, you need an amp for people to hear the music. So with that amp ordinance, it's not equitable if only some instruments can be heard and not others. And as a DEI advocate, I would strongly emphasize that. Additionally, I have seen with my recent visits to the park, other musicians playing with amps who are not getting kicked out of the park as well. Those were a couple weeks ago. And finally, I would like to share, I am hard of hearing and I have been working on learning sign language. I love signing for Will's music. Now, I can't.
Thank you.
Our ne-
Mr.
our next-
Harrison?
Yes, our next speaker is Dan Harrison, then Aaron McVeigh, and Matt Allen.
Thank you.
Hello. I've been quite supportive of shelters such as the Methodist Church on 132nd and the Salt Church across from Lake Washington High School. But I do have some concerns about the La Quinta Inn as to whether the city will perform background checks for the inhabitants. Seattle hotel shelters have already reported unmanageable upticks in crime, open-air drug use, homeless activity, and vagrancy. Are we to believe that the county and city have the ability to manage these larger east side shelters for keeping our community safe? Where is the data to convince the public this can be accomplished? I should note that King County voters in the past had overwhelmingly rejected housing funding for large homeless populations because it was an invitation for tens of thousands to transit to Washington State, and it wasn't fair to tax local residents without a track record of success. We have local problems with young homeless individuals, of which 425 for Bellevue and Lake Washington school districts in years 2020 and 2021. But King County does not allow these people in the new hotel shelters, according to King County rules, which are only for adults. Will the Kirkland Police Department be overwhelmed with increased crime because of inability to integrate these people into our community? Will there be language barrier issues for the police and others to manage the La Quinta Inn inhabitants? Mayor Sweet, will you limit current Kirkland police in making the community safe just like the Seattle mayor did? Will Kirkland government shift Seattle crime to the east side, allowing people of unknown backgrounds to inhabit Kirkland? Last year, Mayor, you chose to not inform Kirkland residents of intentions to site a hotel for the homeless, and many people voted for Mayor Sweet without this knowledge. I voted for you. The hotel acquisition was deceptively ramrodded through for selfish aims. This is a fraud against the people of Kirkland. Kirkland residents expect that their elected officials are honest, forthright, and transparent regarding issues of importance. The mayor chose to disregard her duties to her constituents for the aims of being reelected. The mayor and city council members apparently met in secret to carefully orchestrate council meetings in order to evade scrutiny from the public, and so the public is unaware of these important occurrences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Our next speaker is Aaron McVeigh, and then Matt Allen and Jeff Cheney.
Welcome, Mr. McVeigh.
Thanks for having me. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron McVeigh. I'm a firefighter at Station 24. I was hired in 2019 and came online in January of 2020. I'm speaking today in regards to bringing individuals that have been terminated from the fire department back online. I find it important to gain perspective to assist in making decisions moving forward. Obviously, a lot has taken place over the last 2 years, of which I won't take time talking about tonight. COVID has not remained static over the course of the pandemic, and fortunately, it has trended in a positive direction to the point where King County has lifted restriction, allowing the public to get back to normal life. I believe it's important to get a broader view of the overall big picture. There are many factors to take into consideration that can assist in helping with making a decision. I would imagine that most of the public are actively doing things throughout the community on a regular basis, and in turn are going places where they are exposed to unvaccinated members within the community. For example, grocery stores, other retailers, public parks, zoos, aquariums, recreational activities, restaurants, and so on. Community members likely have to go to a workplace where they are around unvaccinated individuals, including every other professional position within the city of Kirkland, although all other unvaccinated individuals were not privileged to experience the same fate that the fire department personnel were given. With that being said, members of the community are choosing to participate in these normal routine functions and activities and are willingly interacting in environments with people that are unvaccinated. Currently at the fire department, we have members going out weekly with COVID, adding to the never-ending overtime toll and the frustration of the situation as a whole. Given the risk-benefit analysis of COVID, which is different from where it started along with all these other factors, I struggle to come to terms with how this is benefiting anyone, including the public. It is important to do things for the right reason. This has taken a very negative toll on our department, It has been demoralizing to watch the majority of my rookie crew, the guys that trained me, be fired over this. It's no secret that our own Evergreen Hospital and essentially every other fire department outside of King County is simply following the rules and regulations within the mandate and allowing religious and medical exemptions granted within the mandate. The city of Kirkland has also already made an exception for one unvaccinated firefighter to work at the Bureau, but will not allow the others to assist the overwhelmed Bureau even when vacancies are available. These are extremely well-qualified and highly trained individuals that have been terminated. They have taken a tremendous mental and physical toll over the years in gaining the experience they have, experience that is so valuable and irreplaceable in training and bringing up the next generation of the Kirkland Fire Department. Currently, our fire department is weaker, less prepared, less qualified, and far less experienced with the loss of its members. Not to mention these are the individuals that you want responding to your house fire, at your medical emergency, or cutting you or your loved ones out of your car, because they are masters of their craft and have dedicated years of their lives to get there, because they genuinely care and want to be there to help. In closing, things have changed over the course of the pandemic, and that's okay. It's a good thing. Luckily, things are improving, and we should too. Bringing our members back instantly solves and alleviates so many of the challenges the department has been facing since their termination. We will be more operationally ready, better prepared, have drastically less overtime and mandatory overtimes, and with that, save hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars that have been getting paid out to staff the overtime positions caused by the terminations. That seems like a solution where everyone wins, especially the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh.
Our next speaker is Matt Allen, and then Jeff Cheney, then MJ Carlson.
Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Matt Allen. I'm a resident of Kirkland. I'm here to speak in support of allowing the Kirkland firefighters to return to work who've lost their jobs over their vaccination status. I want to briefly mention the public safety and taxpayer concerns and implication of taking decades of experience off specialized apparatus and replacing them with aspiring rookies in an interim fast pass situation to prevent taking these rigs out of service. It's an understatement to say this is a less than ideal situation, as well as the millions of tax dollars being spent in overtime for sufficient coverage. I recall not so long ago when COVID showed up on our doorstep, here in Kirkland as the first cases hit our nation. When the unknown of a virus threatened the lives of Kirkland residents, who answered the call? The Kirkland Fire Department. The men and women employed by this city geared up with or without their own doubts and rose to the occasion to do their duty, because that's what these firefighters do. They know someone needs help, and that someone depends on them. So I ask, who can the members of Kirkland Fire depend on when they need help? It's heartbreaking to hear firsthand accounts of fire service professionals of 22 years say they wish they were born a tree rather than a firefighter because they don't get the love and support from their city that a tree gets. I don't understand this. Let's say you're in that 13% of the population of the Kirkland residents that's 65 or older that the city manager just mentioned earlier, and you find yourself in a medical emergency. You're gonna make a call, and this department, without a doubt, will be there for you. So I ask you all, what do you think the priority of a vaccination status compared to you receiving life-saving pre-hospital intervention would be in that moment? Is that even a thought? It definitely wouldn't be for me. How is it that the city of Kirkland reciprocates the relationship with Kirkland firefighters by removing those same people who over the years have answered that call? The same people who were there day one of COVID. Those people are heroes, and we discarded them. These firefighters were there for the city, and it appears the city isn't there for them, especially in a time of need, and that is both extremely disappointing and frustrating. 1/3 of the city of Kirkland's mission statement reads, "We value civic engagement, innovation, and diversity. We are respectful, fair, and inclusive." I'm gonna break that down. Civic engagement, I'm here in an attempt to do my part. I'm just a drop in the pond, but I do thank you for your time. Fairness. How is it fair that other healthcare workers are provided continued accommodations in the city under the same mandate that allow unvaxxed employees to continue work? And yet, those who previously worked for Kirkland Fire are denied that same opportunity. Diversity, inclusivity, and respect. I admire these values. I have friends and neighbors who have different beliefs, different values, and different circumstances. I value them for who they are, my friends, my neighbors. I respect them, not because they think like me or have the same values as I do, but specifically because they don't. The mandates and termination based on unilateral decisions made under duress during a pandemic certainly do not support these values. I do not believe our actions in this situation correlate with the pillar of values the city is building upon. I would say, in fact, it's in direct conflict with 1/3 of the mission. That's 33%, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. That is the time.
I hope in the future the city decides to lead as opposed to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Cheney, followed by MJ Carlson and Lisa Berenson.
Welcome, Mr. Cheney.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you having me, Mayor Sweet, and city council members. Thank you for having this open to the public in person. I'm up here as a father of 2 boys that go to Eastside Prep, and I kind of agree with Mr. Raskin's comments about the city kind of getting bullied into buying this facility and making this a location because of Dow Constantine and Leo Flor. But that is what it is. We are where we are. And I guess, I read, resolution, I believe it's 5522 that the council put out. And I really want to believe what's in there. And I'm, optimistic that all of you will do your part to try to honor that resolution. I would be, I have to be honest, I was a little bit, put off with a comment by one of the council members after Mr. Nixon made a comment when it was passed that, this idea that not allowing a level 1 sex offender is quote-unquote discriminatory in nature, which is kind of against what the resolution calls for. So I guess I would really ask that, the city council really think hard about what's in that resolution and make sure they honor that, because I don't think that's the intent of Dow Constantine and Leo Flor as they described their definition of a low barrier facility. So I hope you will, honor what's in that resolution. And then also just a point of reference, we've been told by Dow Constantine and Leo Flor that there's this imminent homeless issue that's upon us. I don't know if you've read the news recently, but it's been almost a year ago where King County spent $28 million on the homeless shelter or the permanent supportive housing shelter that was going to go at the Silver Cloud in Redmond. And about 3 weeks ago, they decided to redelegate that for, refugees, which I've got nothing against refugees. In fact, I think that would be a great alternative to a low barrier facility at La Quinta. But I guess my question is, if the county has bought 10 of these hotels throughout the counties, and only 2 of them are currently occupied, and now the Redmond facility is not being used for permanent supportive housing, why aren't they being filled yet with the intended purpose in the first place? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is MJ Carlson, then Lisa Berenson, then Karina O'Malley.
Welcome, Ms. Carlson.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Would you believe this is the first time I've ever actually addressed you in person? I feel like I've been yelling at you guys for years, but I started during COVID, so it's weird being here in person and completely chaotic. I had no idea. I was going to speak tonight about, excuse me, about the roadmap, but I emailed my thoughts instead earlier. So I just wanted to say that I appreciated the conversation that you folks had this evening about it, and I'm feeling more optimistic that this is an evolving plan that is going to become more robust in time. So I want to thank you for that work. I kind of don't know what else to comment on because you have like 17 things on your plate. So I think all I'm going to say is that I would just ask you as you're making the decisions that you make tonight to be thinking of the most vulnerable members of our community, whether that is the homeless folks who are living on our streets or the immunocompromised people who may need to call 911 and deserve to have care that is not going to endanger them. And the body camera issue, I didn't even get body cameras in there. Anyway, please just try to pay attention, as I know you folks always do, to thinking about how these issues affect the most vulnerable members of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Berenson, and she's virtual, so we're just promoting her to panelist. Lisa, please accept the invitation. After Lisa is Karina O'Malley, and then Robert Appleby.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So
I've been listening to all the other comments and I just have a few things. First of all, I want to say that the La Quinta Hotel being transformed into helping the homeless, I think there's a lot of comments that are being thrown out there that are stereotyping and discriminatory type of comments as to who would be occupying this. First of all, they're not going to put sex offenders in there. They're not going to put drug addicts in there. I know exactly where the school is, and it's not next door. It's like a whole other distance away. The location of La Quinta is actually a good location because it's technically on the outskirts of Kirkland, right as you're going on and off the freeway. And it's not just a place to live. These people who are also getting other support, mental support, physical support, all kinds of assistance. They're not just homeless people. The other thing too is that any one of us, any day, can become homeless. And to have the attitude and the condemnation towards homeless people, I gotta tell you, currently right now, my food stamps were taken away because I make minimum wage and work 3 part-time jobs. I also am a divorced single mom of a college student who's a freshman. I also have a rent that is unsustainable, and there is still no resolution. You guys are still studying rental assistance for the city of Kirkland for somebody like me for 2022, who right now currently is having a lot of trouble paying my May rent. So somebody like me could easily end up on the street if I don't get some help soon, okay? Because my landlord doesn't live in Kirkland. My landlord lives in China, okay? And the property manager, who is technically my landlord, lives in Renton, who is also friends with the Chinese owner in China. I can't get King County to give me rental assistance. I've been on the list forever. Numbers never change. I was about to get rental assistance from the city of Kirkland, and then one of your associations, you guys decided to stop that. So that's the first thing. So I want an update on what's going on with rental assistance. I also want to know that also putting homeless people in La Quinta serves everybody, because one day it's going to be you, whether it's a health condition or you can't pay your rent or shit happens in life. Don't stereotype homeless people. It's a bad thing. Try talking to one of them and find out their real story as to how they became homeless.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karina O'Malley. She's also virtual and needs to be promoted. Karina, accept the invitation, please. And then Robert Appleby.
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. O'Malley.
Hi, I'm Karina O'Malley. Thank you for letting me speak. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this in 3 minutes. I did want to answer a couple of questions that came up from other speakers. One is Silver Cloud and Redmond is temporarily being used for refugees while it is goes through the health through housing process and will eventually become permanent supportive housing for chronically homeless folks. And there is low barrier facilities right next to a high school right here in Kirkland, across the street from Lake Washington High School, had great success. I have heard of no problems between Lake Washington High School and Helen's Place, which is a low barrier shelter for women experiencing homelessness. So that is 2 questions that were asked by other speakers, and I wanted to hit those answers. But I also wanted to let folks who fear future La Quinta residents to know something. One is that I care about your kids. I care about my own kids. I have 3 boys that grew up in Kirkland around the people that La Quinta might serve, chronically homeless folks, folks with mental illness, folks with substance use disorder, folks with criminal records, people who never hurt my children or me. I know that your children won't stay children forever. I have been on the phone with desperate parents who want to keep their kids safe, but their kid is an adult now, and suffering from mental illness, maybe using alcohol or drugs to ease the pain, and is living in Kirkland in a car or a tent and won't talk to them. They are at risk from the weather, from abuse, from crime, and those parents ask me to keep their kids safe. Their kids are here, they're suffering. They are not hurting your kids. And I think La Quinta might be able to keep them safe. The other thing I want you to know is that if you are to succeed in keeping whichever group you think are the dangerous people out of La Quinta, that doesn't keep them away from your children. They will continue to live in tents and cars, maybe parked near your elementary school or camped in a local neighborhood park. You're just denying them the care and support they need to be safe. And I know you can't imagine it. I don't like to imagine it. The 91-year-old father who called me in desperation never imagined it, but it could be your child who needs a place like this. Let's keep all the kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley.
The next speaker is Robert Appleby, and he is speaking to us from the Peter Kirk room.
Kathy, that individual is not down here.
Oh, is Mr. Appleby upstairs, or has he left the building? Robert Appleby? We're not seeing him in the virtual audience. So Mr. Appleby was our last signed up speaker. We do have someone in the virtual audience with their hand raised, Maria Harwell. Do you want to? Okay. We'll promote Maria.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Ms. Harwell.
Thank you. My name is Maria Harwell. My pronouns are she, her. I used to live in Kirkland for 7 years. I moved over to Woodville last year. But the issues of Kirkland, the city of Kirkland, still very much affect me. I want to speak about Kirkland's possible body-worn camera program. The recent proposal for a policy, or a draft for a policy, was released. And I just want to speak on it because of that. I'm still very much against body-worn cameras for police, as are multiple social justice groups, including the NAACP. We used to think that body-worn cameras would have an effect on keeping police accountable for how they interact with the public. That is not true any longer. We have the data, we have the science showing us that this is not a good use of the city's money. So I'm not sure why we're still going forward with it. If you want some numbers that can help you just make a decision to not go forward with this program, here's some information from mappingpoliceviolence.us. So as an example, in the year 2021, 1,134 people were killed by police officers across the United States. More people were killed by police in 2021 than almost any other year in recent history. And the rates of violent crimes in the cities did not determine the rates of those killings by police. For example, Buffalo, New York, and Newark police departments had relatively low rates of fatal police violence despite high crime rates, while Spokane and Orlando had relatively low crime rates and high rates of fatal police violence. This matters to Kirkland, even though we are largely suburban. Officers were charged with a crime in only 11 cases out of those 1,134 people who were shot and killed by police officers. 1% of all killings by police in 2021. This is during a year when there were multiple police body-worn camera programs set up across the nation. And even with all of that, 1% of all those killings ended up with the officer charged with a crime. I have so much more to say, but I don't have enough time to say it. So I just ask that the city council make your policy decisions based on science, based on facts, not fear, not assumptions, but facts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have no one else signed up to speak.
There's no one else signed up to speak. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the council?
What?
Oh. And your name, sir? Welcome, Mr. C.
Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to just offer a few comments. I want to pass along that I speak for myself, my wife, and a whole number of constituents in our neighborhood regarding the topic of using the La Quinta Inn as a homeless shelter and a homeless operation there. You know, when I first heard about this idea, I got to tell you, I actually thought it was sort of an interesting idea. That was the very first salvo when I sort of heard about it. And then as I reflected on it, and I talked about it with my wife and our family, talked about it with friends who have children who go to the schools immediately around that vicinity, we determined that it's probably a terrible idea. You start to kind of ponder the fact that someone has an idea to put a homeless shelter with very little control of who's entering that shelter, with the reality that government does not have a good track record of managing homelessness, nor finding solutions for it, frankly. And it certainly doesn't have a good track record, and absolutely King County does not have a good track record on providing support and services and guidance and accountability for those people that enter those. I recognize there's a need, but government hasn't well served this need. King County has not well served this need. And the city of Kirkland, we have very little confidence that you folks can really help arrange an effective solution there. So we're stuck with the idea that we're going to put in a potentially high-risk population, an unknown population, an unmanaged population, but one that has mental health issues, may have disability, it just may have a whole bunch of different issues that I can't even comprehend. And you're going to put those right next to schools. The most vulnerable kids, young, elementary kids, family members, and so forth. Think about it. What can possibly go wrong with that? And at the end of the day, when there's the first act of violence, when there's the first bloody fight, when there's the first rape, when there's the first homicide, have you thought about all that? Because that's inevitable as to what's going to occur, because this is not going to be a managed affair. This is going to be a mismanaged affair because government has a proven track record to do that. So please, your first responsibility is to the citizens, not to new people coming
Thank you,
in.
Mr. C. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Jeff, can you give me your last name for the record?
Okay, I will now declare this items from the audience period ended. With that, we are at item 7, special presentations, the COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the fire chief and I wanted to give a brief update under COVID-19 related to the issue of the firefighter vaccination issue that we've heard testimony about. Before I turn over to the chief, I just want to say that this has been an extremely difficult issue for everyone, both personally and professionally for both the chief and I. And we talk about this constantly and try to reach the right conclusion with our best professional judgment with difficult information and difficult decisions to be made. At this time, we are not recommending that we change our position on this. And so we're continuing with the issue of not allowing unvaccinated firefighters to provide EMT service. And I'd like the fire chief to explain the factors that we've used to reach this conclusion. And then we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. I'd like to relay those factors in determining our response to the governor's vaccination mandate. There are 18 of them, so I will go through them quickly. One, Kirkland determined early to rely on recognized medical authorities to respond to the pandemic. We've been consistent in seeking advice from the Centers for Disease Control, Seattle-King County Department of Public Health, the University of Washington, and our King County Medical Director. Two, the collective guidance from the State Department of Health, CDC, King County Public Health, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission is voluminous and detailed and has been considered at length. We continue to seek clarity from public health authorities with regard to reasonable accommodations to unvaccinated firefighter EMTs and pandemic best practices in general. Three, our King County Medical Director, the physician under which the EMTs hold their licenses, and Seattle's Medical Director issued a joint statement saying, quote, "Our recommendation as medical program directors for Seattle and King County EMS is that EMS agencies require full vaccination against SARS-CoV-2 in order to provide direct patient care. Consequently, we appreciate that accommodations need to be individualized, but providing direct patient care when not fully vaccinated may compromise workplace safety and put vulnerable patients at risk," close quote. While it's correct to point out that the doctors used the term recommendation, it's also true that the director's assessment was that the allowing unvaccinated firefighter EMTs to provide patient care, quote, "compromises workplace safety and puts vulnerable patients at risk," close quote. To date, they continue to stand by their recommendations. Four, whether this action is interpreted as a recommendation or a mandate, the fact that our medical director, who provides guidance to EMS agencies he directs and oversees, and under whose medical license EMTs practice, provides significant reason to adhere to the recommendations. Five, recently the Supreme Court struck down the OSHA employer vaccination mandate, but upheld the mandate for healthcare providers who receive Medicare and Medicaid funds. Kirkland Fire receives those funds for transporting Medicare and Medicaid insured patients. The OSHA mandate also allows for exemptions and accommodations. Six, many employer liability insurance carriers have notified the cities that they will not cover the liability of non-vaccinated firefighters performing in the patient care setting. This includes Kirkland's insurer, WCIA. Seven, since the onset of the pandemic, firehouse spread of COVID-19 and its variants have occurred several times, costing regional fire departments thousands of dollars in overtime. Eight, vaccination levels in King County currently exceed 93% in those eligible. Nine, spread of COVID-19 to non-vaccinated workers results in more severe symptoms and longer quarantine periods when compared to vaccinated workers. 10, firefighters make up less than 3% of healthcare workers in the state of Washington. While most healthcare workers work in a controlled setting, the fire service emergency setting varies frequently and is highly unpredictable, making source control tactics more difficult to implement and control. 11, firefighters currently assigned to a fire response crew cannot, I double negative myself, sorry. Firefighters currently cannot be assigned to a fire response crew and not perform healthcare duties. 70% of our calls that EMTs respond to are for medical emergencies. Often firefighter EMTs are called to assist our most vulnerable, immunocompromised residents when they have diminished to the point that it's now an emergency. When their already compromised condition becomes an emergency, they don't have a choice in who they call to respond. 911 is their only option, and whomever we determine is appropriate to send. 12, early in the pandemic, there were reports from hospitals that many with ongoing healthcare needs were avoiding hospitals and clinics for fear of contracting COVID-19. The fire service was aware of this fear and noticed a drop in 911 calls early in the pandemic. 13, while there is no data of the spread of COVID-19 from firefighter to patient or patient to firefighter, there have been documented cases of the spread of COVID-19 from other healthcare workers to patients and patients to healthcare workers. 14, there have been numerous cases of spreading COVID-19 between firefighters assigned to the same station. 15, neighboring jurisdictions had stated they would not provide automatic aid to agencies who had unvaccinated firefighter EMTs, which puts the safety of our community and our first responders at increased risk. 16, without a clear defining line of when we enter the endemic phase of the virus or a lifting of the mandate, bringing unvaccinated firefighter EMTs back to the line too soon risks another round of re-separations should the recommended response to the virus or a variant require a new vaccine or additional vaccinations. 17, variants, mutations, and resurgence are still a very real concern among infectious disease specialists. And finally, at the present time, both new cases and hospitalizations are low but increasing. There's a 12% increase in cases and a 31% increase in hospitalizations over the last several days. Those numbers are still far short of the previous peaks, but we are experiencing a slow and steady increase. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council questions? Thank you very much, Chief.
So I'd like to just finish this topic by reminding the council that one of the things the city did do is reach an agreement with the firefighters union that for the next 2 years, we will take back any firefighter that's separated from Kirkland should the recommendation get changed or the state change its position. So we hope that we'll be able to welcome them back, and we do monitor this situation carefully, and we constantly revisit this. So I will keep the council informed as we go.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, that takes us to item 8, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present an audit of the accounts. I'm not there yet, hold on. Oh, golly, I forgot the certs.
That's what I was just about to-
Heather, you keep walking in and out. Sorry.
There we go.
Okay, City Manager, go ahead with it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I was just about to say the same thing. So yeah, we're very excited to give you our first CERT graduating class in 2.5 years due to COVID. And I'll just go ahead and turn it over to our emergency manager, Heather Kelly, who will explain what they go through to get their certification and introduce the class, who are all attending virtually. And we're very excited to have them.
So thank you, City Manager, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. I appreciate you wearing your CERT attire with the team. That is wonderful. And thank you for taking time to recognize the CERT 29 graduates tonight. CERT 29 represents 4 Kirkland neighborhoods as well as communities outside of the city. This was, as the city manager said, the first CERT class we were able to deliver since 2019 due to the pandemic. The course was actually offered as a hybrid. It was a virtual sessions mixed with carefully planned in-person activities to protect as many people as we can. Just as many of you, these participants spent time learning about disasters, preparedness, fire suppression, first aid, light search and rescue, and most importantly, teamwork. This past Saturday, they spent the day at Fire Station 26 on the drill field and in the fire training props, combining all of their newly gained knowledge in a final drill that included volunteer patience with simulated injuries, live fire suppression, and coordination with our amateur radio team, the Kirkland Emergency Communication Team. These graduates did a tremendous amount of work to reach this level, as did the instructors, community volunteers, and firefighters that made this course possible. The graduates are joining us virtually tonight. We have a few of them that have made it through and stuck around for us, so thank you for your efforts. But we'd like to recognize them all regardless, because the class did do a great job and they may want to watch this later. So from our Evergreen Hill Kingsgate neighborhood, we have Abok Ives and Shawnees Ryan. From our Finn Hill neighborhood, we have Apamea Roa. From Juanita, we have Michael Reichstein. And then our out-of-area residents, we have Michael and Emma Ervik from Snohomish County and Bennett Hazelton from Bellevue. I want to thank you for your time, for your recognition and support, and we look forward to bringing you many more certs as the year moves forward.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you all for your participation in our CERT program. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I hope you have a cool hat like this one. Okay. So that takes us to our consent agenda. Before we approve the consent agenda, I'd ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to please present audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,356,234.02 and bills in the amount of $2,762,265.94.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any discussion? Motion, my words just went away. The question is on the motion to approve the consent agenda moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to our business agenda. Do you want to take an item before we break? Let's go. Yeah, otherwise we're going to go forever. So let's just go into the recommended approach code amendments associated with the sunsetting of the Houghton Community Council. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, we are proposing a process by which we would sunset the Houghton Community Council and the changes needed in our codes and regulations. We're looking for council feedback on our recommended approach. And here to make the presentation is our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Jeremy McMahon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Kurt's introduced the topic well. If I could just confirm you can see my screen okay and PowerPoint shows up.
Looks great.
All right, thank you. So I have about 8 slides tonight. I'll go through them pretty quickly because we would appreciate some direction in moving forward with this endeavor. Okay, so as you know, House Bill 1769 was signed on March 11th by Governor Inslee. It becomes a matter of state law, sunsetting the state's 2 remaining municipal corporations. So that law becomes effective on July 9th this summer. And part of that requires some local implementation in that we have codified a number of standards for municipal corporations into both our Kirkland Municipal Code and our Kirkland Zoning Code. Because these 2 remaining community councils in the state are creatures of state law and the state enabling legislation is gone, we need to fix our codes to bring it into consistence with the amendments. There are 3 parts to the local laws that we need to look at updating. First of all, is repealing the Kirkland Municipal Code Title II, and I'll talk about each of these in more detail. Repealing a number of provisions of the Kirkland Zoning Code that establish process and authority to the Houghton Community Council, and finally considering a number of regulatory differences that have been established in the municipal code and in the Kirkland Zoning Code over the years that are unique to Houghton's geographic boundaries. So starting with Title II, this is in the Kirkland Municipal Code. So Title II has the provisions that really make the municipal corporation effective in Kirkland's jurisdiction. It creates the Houghton Community Council. It provides jurisdiction over certain land use matters. It talks about the effect of the 1968 regulations that were in place at the time of the consolidation, puts forth the terms of the community council and the procedures, rules of procedure, et cetera, by which the community council authorizes. So obviously this becomes null and void once municipal corporations cease to exist after July 9th. However, staff is recommending that we go in before that time and repeal the entirety of Title II of the municipal code to reflect state law. There is an exception to that, and we'll talk about this a little bit more when I talk about phase 2. But we are suggesting that in Title II, we keep a placeholder referencing the geographic boundaries of the former municipal corporation. And that's because there are regulations that are in effect until they're repealed or reversed that will continue to apply within those boundaries for the time being. So our intent on timing on this would be that we bring back an ordinance to City Council on June 21st with an effective date of July 9th. Next step is looking at the processes that are established in the Kirkland zoning code around the Houghton Community Council. So the zoning code has a number of provisions that allow the community council to participate in public hearings. They have recommending authority where they can make recommendations to the planning commission on legislative matters and the hearing examiner on quasi-judicial matters. And finally, they have disapproval jurisdiction, which is really the meat of their authority to disapprove specified quasi-judicial actions and legislative actions. So just by way of example, in the quasi-judicial realm, if a permit requires city council approval, and that's examples like process 2B permits, which are planned unit developments, master plans for schools, et cetera. Those quasi-judicial permits that go through a hearing examiner, public hearing, and a city council final decision can be disapproved by the Houghton Community Council, which makes those permits null and void within their boundaries. Secondly, on the legislative front, any amendments to the zoning code, subdivision ordinance, or comprehensive plan that apply or would apply within the municipal corporation can be disapproved by the Houghton Community Council. Now, these process bits are effectively moot after July 9th because there will no longer be a community council in Kirkland to which we would take these for consideration. But nevertheless, we are recommending that we update the zoning code to reflect that. The timing on this is going to be a bit longer because amendments to the zoning code, as you know, require public hearings before the Kirkland Planning Commission and eventually city council adoption. So we are recommending that this phase of amendments be bundled with the next couple of slides. I'll cover what we call phase 2B and be picked up starting in June, hopefully for council adoption sometime this summer. And then the last set of amendments that are necessary reflect that over time, there are specific areas of one area in the subdivision ordinance and multiple areas in the zoning code where the community council has exercised disapproval jurisdiction. So this is just the kind of listing of examples throughout those codes where the community council has exercised their jurisdiction. It really does range from the fairly nuanced, like how big a boat can be that's parked in a front yard setback, to bigger major policy decisions that the city's made in the past, such as inclusionary zoning for affordable housing. So they vary by topic, and the memo we provided provides an example of what the distinction is between the Houghton regulations and the rest of the city. Staff, as we note in the memo, our approach would be to recommend that all of these amendments be brought into consistency. We certainly don't need to decide this tonight, but our initial thoughts are that based on the reasons behind House Bill 1769, that we would recommend the exceptions that have been established are made consistent citywide. The examples noted here just generally align better with established city policies about housing choice, educational facilities, protection of environmentally sensitive areas, and opportunities for renewable energy. We don't see any specific conditions that are unique to the geographic boundaries of the municipal corporation that would suggest that there should be a difference in most of these regulations. We can certainly vet that further as we move through the public hearing process, but we just don't see the geographic distinctions. We are recommending in terms of timing on this one that we bundle them with that same process for 2A with consideration starting in June and into the summer, hopefully getting those adopted in the next few months. As part of that, we are recommending, as I know, we are recommending that all of these potential amendments be considered as a bundle. However, we do think that there are some reasons where we may want to phase the changes. Our major concern on this front is the speed of a change. So for example, if a developer or applicant is currently investing significant resources in designing a home, designing a subdivision, designing a multifamily housing project, the phasing in these requirements would give them time to complete and vest those applications without these changes going into effect immediately. So for example, just broke out in the first category here, changes that we might want to make immediate that might not have those kind of major implications. So around school heights, reasonable use exceptions, missing middle housing, et cetera, where we think those could go into effect immediately without having a significant consequence of somebody who might be waiting in the permit pipeline. The one I highlighted in green, as Adam and I have talked about it further, which is the inclusionary zoning requirements. We think obviously to the city council, that's probably a really high priority to get that adjusted so that it's effective citywide, not just outside of the Houghton jurisdiction. But we do have some concerns similarly that if somebody's working on a multifamily project right now and investing in the design engineering around not having affordable housing, that could be a significant switch and might have consequences on significant investments we made. Adam and I were just talking earlier, we can't think of any particular examples on this front. We could look into that more as these amendments proceed, but that's just a concern I flagged of exactly which category the inclusionary zoning requirements fall into. For others that are in green in the center section, we are recommending that considering a delay of maybe 6 to 9 months, just to allow applicants to perfect their applications. Again, there's some minor things there, but some major things that might affect the design of a single family home by example, that would be expensive to change later if that design has been completed. And then the final category, I think we've mentioned before that the community council disapproved the citywide tree regulations in April. So those regulations are not in effect in Houghton jurisdiction. The old tree code will remain in effect in those areas. Similar to council's decision with the adoption of the tree code, we think a 2-month delay period on those regulations would be in line with what we did with the citywide tree code. That is about all the background information I had at this point. I'll stop and I will stop sharing my screen so you can see each other if that's helpful. But we'd like some initial feedback. Do you think we're headed down the right path? Does the sequence of these make sense to you? And is there any additional information we could help you with as these decisions are made in the future?
Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So before I respond to the specific policy proposals and the phasing, I did want to make a quick remark just to honor the service of the members of the Houghton Community Council, both those who are on the council today and all of those who've served in the past in that role and have given of their time as volunteers to their community. And I'm hoping some of the current council members are listening or will listen to this presentation and understand that for all the reasons that I've discussed with the Houghton Community Council leadership, I think this is an important discussion to be had, especially at this time. But I always want everyone who served to understand the appreciation that we have and the community has and the Planning Commission has for their service.
Thank you.
And I'm hoping maybe there might be an opportunity for the council to honor them, the current members of the council, maybe former members of the council in some special way. With that said, I don't have a lot to say other than I certainly agree with the phase 1 proposal regarding repeal of the Kirkland Municipal Code Title II. as cleanup. I think that makes perfect sense. I agree with the Phase 2A proposal regarding repeal of the authority, and I think that's something that makes sense, what the Planning and Building Department is proposing, that be done expeditiously. I agree with the Phase 2B proposal as well, and obviously there's some nuances in there that were just presented, but you know, basically considering the eventual repeal of the, and I say consideration of, don't necessarily want to presuppose the outcome, but consideration of the eventual repeal of the regulatory differences. And of course, in connection with that, appropriate engagement with the key stakeholders, in particular, anyone who currently has a sort of vested interest in a project that they're designing, and I think that's addressed in the phasing of Phase 2B as presented by the Deputy Director. And so with that, I guess that was my last point. I agree with that phasing proposal. Just certainly want to make sure that we're engaging with key stakeholders so they know what to expect. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I heartily concur with Councilmember Black's suggestion. We have had community council members that have served Kirkland back to 1994, probably the longest serving elected official in our city, and I would like to recognize and honor the service of current and former Houghton Community Council members, and I hope we can follow up, staff can follow up with some ideas on how we do that. On the timing of this proposal, I support what the staff recommendation is. I have a couple of comments and questions. As this moves forward, we talk about delaying some things that may be different today, and I support that. I'd also like to see some information on whether nonconformances of these conditions that you mentioned in 9 through 11, maybe 6, are things that we need to change in the code, or whether our current non-conforming code addresses them, not looking for folks to have to change their existing structures. For boat and trailer parking, I don't know if this is structures or if this is also people storing boats and trailers in the Houghton jurisdiction that they couldn't otherwise. If it's the case of people doing that, maybe may want to even consider longer than 9 months on that. I'd look to get for some further information on that. And then finally, I support the staff recommendation of having the public hearing and combining 2A and 2B. However, if the Planning Commission looks like it's going to need some time for its deliberation of the policy issues in 2B, I'm hoping that those could be separated and 2A could be brought to the council as soon as possible, just to clean up that process piece as close to July 9th as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I just first want to just echo what my fellow council members have said, just in their appreciation to those who have served on the Houghton Community Council. That's, I know, a lot of work to serve an elected office, so thank you. We appreciate you. Also, you know, I think, Jeremy, you read my mind as far as the inclusionary housing zoning and wanting to get that, you know, passed right away, but I also really appreciate the thoughtfulness really in staggering that. So thank you for that. So that said, I appreciate and support staff's recommendation and appreciate the thoughtfulness of the approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Just to add my comment, or just to add my comments around recognition, their final meeting will be an in-person meeting, I believe, if we come back to in-person meetings in June. So I think we will work to do some kind of a recognition at that meeting. So if folks actually maybe want to look and see if they can attend that, that would be a thoughtful thing to do. In terms of the recommendation here, I support the staff recommendation with the provisos that have been added by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Did you want to say something?
I was zoned out there for a second, Madam Mayor. What was the date?
I didn't say it. Their meeting is, I think, the last Monday or the fourth Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy, could get that.
June 27th.
Thank you. With that, I think you got what you want.
Yes, thanks so much.
Excellent. Okay, so let's move right along to police body worn camera policy update. We've had a lot of this lately. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So tonight we are looking for council approval to submit the draft policy on body worn cameras. And as the police chief, Sherry Harris, is going to give the presentation, is also going to point out that policy can be changed in the future, and the other conversations about body worn cameras, especially the ordinance to implement them, will be coming to the council at future meetings. But tonight we are looking for direction to stay on time, the timeline for the federal grant. So here to make the presentation is our police chief, Sherry Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and Council. I'm going to share my screen. And seeing there correct? Yep. Presentation, not the notes page?
Yep.
Okay, and then this is awesome because, okay, I'm trying to see all of you. I'm just very thankful that all of you and our community are willing to consider a body worn camera program. This is a significant investment to help ensure safe, effective, and professional policing. I'm joined tonight by the members of the Kirkland Police Department leadership team and Senior Financial Analyst Veronica Hill, who will be available to answer questions about policies, implementation, the grant or budget for this program. I have 17 slides, but most of them I believe will be very quick overview of our discussions about the body worn camera policy that will go fairly quickly. So I've got it laid out tonight to provide a brief background, an update on the development of department policies and gather input for a city ordinance, provide an update on the development of a body worn camera budget, and then finish up with gathering your input on next steps. So I've provided a summary of how this program has evolved for anyone watching this presentation for the first time. Most recently, the city manager's office and the police department conducted a robust community outreach process and provided an overview of information gathered through a town hall meeting, an online survey, social media posts, individual interviews, email submissions, and focus group meetings. And then feedback from that process was discussed at the May 3rd study session, where council also provided additional input on policy considerations. So I'll move through the department policy update fairly quickly, but please let me know if you have any additional questions or input. I can see you guys in little squares on my screen. So during the May 3rd study session, council provided the following direction to staff, and I'll go into each of these topics in more detail. And they're also outlined in the staff memo. So the department policy specifically directs officers and civilian staff to obey the laws of the state of Washington, ordinance and policies. If you recently attended our swearing in ceremony, you would have also noticed that all staff swear or affirm an oath that they will obey all the Constitution of the United States, the state of Washington, ordinances and policies. All are required to acknowledge that they have read, understand, and will abide by the policies of the department. And this is true of any future updates that occur. We included a brief explanation in the staff memo of why patrol car dash cameras were not included in this proposal, and would just suggest that due to the workload and cost involved, that we implement the officer body worn camera program and monitor and evaluate what evidence is not being collected that a patrol car dash camera would have captured. We've also updated the department policy to make it clear that officers will train with their body worn cameras in order to ensure the placement of the camera provides the greatest likelihood of an unobstructed view, but recognize there may be circumstances when it's outside an officer's control. And I think Councilmember Falcone has specifically brought that to our attention and have included some language in the policy to address that. And then to ensure that the chain of custody and high-level security of body-worn camera video footage is maintained throughout the history of the program, we've added specific language to the department policy to memorialize the systems that we have all agreed are best practices. I apologize for not highlighting sooner the RCW that I've listed here on this slide and included in the staff memo with an explanation that current Washington state law prohibits the department from utilizing facial recognition technology with body worn camera video. Specifically, RCW 43386 was enacted by the Washington State Legislature in March of 2020, and council would have to approve the use after allowing for public comment. Staff confirmed that the software utilized by the vendor is not capable of identifying any of the images captured on body-worn cameras and is in compliance with the Washington state law. Staff will be bringing back additional information for council for review on recommendations made by the Public Disclosure Steering Team to ensure public disclosure is accessible and affordable. The department will continue to work with council and the community to ensure transparency and accountability are the focus of an officer body-worn camera program. And I believe you should not be caught by surprise if there is a critical incident or community-sensitive issue that occurs in Kirkland. So the next two slides will highlight the initial framework for development of a City of Kirkland body-worn camera implementation ordinance. The first two bullets here are consistent with language included in other jurisdictions' resolutions to implement body-worn cameras. Looked at both the City of Bellevue and the City of Redmond and the resolutions they passed. The third bullet would be consistent with feedback we heard during the study session on May 3rd to restrict the use of facial recognition software. And an ordinance could do that by supporting RCW 43386. We also believe that you have indicated a desire to ensure the department utilizes a vendor that provides a digital evidence storage software system that employs the robust security platform that we've talked about with an audit trail of every time a video is accessed and maintains the original recording and raw footage. So while this language might be a duplicate in our current policy, it could also be added to a city ordinance. So next, I've included information about the budget in your packet and had support from both Commander Melissa Petrichor and Senior Financial Analyst Veronica Hill to provide an overview. They've both done significant analysis of the budget as part of the DOJ grant application and award. And so the next few slides will show the progress of the budget since it was first initiated. So here's the original cost estimate that was prepared as part of the 2021-22 budget process. While it was a 2-year budget process, there was also questions about what would be the impact of the budget after the 2 years. And that projection was made at the time, about $2.3 million. And then utilizing a request for information process, we were able to forecast that out for over 5 years and then updated all of those costs and projections after pandemic related reductions were made to help support COVID-19 Human Services Fund. So the initial estimate over 5 years was about 2.4 million. The final approved estimate reflects a reappropriation of about 423,000. And you can see that we then would end up with about 585,000 for a 2-year budget. So we've continued to work with the vendor. Staff identified the recommended purchase method using a bundled package leasing subscription option that would include all of the body-worn cameras and new tasers. And so utilizing Bluetooth technology, the body-worn camera and tasers would be connected to provide automatic activation of the body-worn camera when the taser is deployed. The tasers being carried by officers today do not have this Bluetooth capability. The also capability for installing Bluetooth in an officer's holster, in their patrol car with their emergency lights that we talked about last time. Not the same cost, obviously, that we would have for tasers. The 5-year outlook shows the projected cost of body-worn camera and tasers when leased as a bundled package of about $2.3 million. Melissa and Veronica have identified over $600,000 of external funding resources and existing expenses that could be eliminated if we use the bundled leasing. Those included the DOJ grant, the current expense for digital evidence software services, and the cost of future taser replacements. The result, net remaining balance for the first 5 years is approximately $1.7 million. So the projected ongoing cost of the bundled package lease option with cost offsets represents a net savings from original cost projections of an average of about $76,000 annually. And in the packet, there was some information about how we have a sinking fund right now for tasers that would be part of our resources and offsets. So in addition to the core basic bundled package, the vendor identified potential add-ons that would further enhance the use of body-worn camera transparency and accountability. These additional features include performance licenses that would track calls for service and associated body-worn camera video, video redaction services, an auto transcription service for every video, and an unlimited capacity and professional licenses specialized for the bundled package. Staff feel that these add-ons would provide important metrics and serve as a management accountability tool on the utilization of the body-worn cameras. So the projected cost per year would be an additional $59,000, including these additional services would reduce the projected annual savings down to about $17,000 a year. So this is the final compilation of each of the slides I just showed you. The total cost projection for equipment, training, a civilian evidence technician, a civilian public disclosure analyst is estimated at about $1.8 million. Adding the Bluetooth tasers and the add-ons as a bundled subscription service pushes the program to about $2.6 million. But taking into account the $220,000 DOJ grant, the $40,000 the department currently pays for digital evidence software, and then combining that with the current taser sinking fund would bring the program down to $1.9 million over 5 years. So moving on to next steps, I'd like to thank you again for the time that you've already taken to study the issues surrounding an officer-worn body-worn camera program in Kirkland. Are there any other questions or comments around the department policy, input for an ordinance that you didn't see tonight, or other information that would be helpful for the consideration of body-worn cameras in Kirkland?
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I was waiting for you, Amy, and then you didn't go, so I was looking around. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Chief Harris, and other members of staff too. I know worked really hard on addressing the council comments from our last meeting and for revising this policy. I won't repeat everything that I said at the last meeting, but I do want to highlight that overall, kind of my frame of reference is that we need to consider what the problem statement is that we're trying to address here and whether this is the best approach. And I'm still not yet convinced that it's the best tool to increase the safety and respect of Black people in our community, nor to increase transparency and build community trust. I do think that body-worn cameras will definitely do a lot of good in these areas, but studies are showing that it's not as much as we had all originally hoped, and also that they can do some unintended harm. So just wanted to loop back to a couple of my most pressing questions from our last meeting that the staff memo addressed, so thank you for that. And they were around facial recognition technology and community oversight. So first, I'd like to comment on how the data that we collect from this program could potentially be used in facial recognition technology, which we know to be a technology that does disproportionate harm based on race. My understanding is that the draft ordinance that we'll be starting to discuss next month, Chief Harris, you mentioned that it will include reference to state law, which includes a legal ban on facial recognition technology in Kirkland. So that's good that we make it not just department policy, but law in Kirkland to have a ban on facial recognition technology. And as I mentioned at our last meeting, King County passed an ordinance banning facial recognition technology last year. So we certainly won't be the first to do that. However, it was really concerning to me to read that we have no control over who we choose to share these data with. And that means that other jurisdictions requesting our video data that we collect could do harm through use of facial recognition technology. This is not good. I'm hoping that as we consider our legislative agenda for next year, that we consider supporting as a stronger legislation on banning the use of facial recognition technology that cannot be overturned by local city councils for all law enforcement entities in the state of Washington. I'm really glad to hear that there is some state law that addresses this issue. But if I'm understanding what you said correctly, Chief, it sounds like it can be overturned. Facial recognition technology can be used in jurisdictions following council action on that. So there could be local jurisdictions who request our body-worn camera data and then use facial recognition technology on it. So I'd like us just to take a closer look at the state law and see how we might want to support as a city updates to the law to a full ban on facial recognition technology. Again, that cannot be overturned locally. You know, ideally, I'd also like to see federal agencies ban its use as well, but you know, I can dream. The other main question that I had from our last meeting is around community oversight. The city has heard from racial justice advocates, including the Right to Breathe Committee, that we've worked with a lot on these issues, that implementation of a body-worn camera program is only desired if it's closely tied to a community oversight group that has influence over policy changes. I know earlier tonight we discussed forming an equity board when we have a new DEIB staff. So I know we've discussed that may be potentially a place for this work, or perhaps that looks different. So I think we need to have more discussion and more information on what this community oversight could look like and what the community is really asking for. I feel this is really a central piece to this work. Finally, thank you, Chief Harris, for reminding us that this isn't a final policy draft that we're looking at tonight and taking action on tonight. We'll have opportunity to fine tune it as we examine this issue more. So I really appreciate that perspective. That's helpful. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I fully support moving ahead with the program. My primary goal, as I've said many times before, is to hold people accountable for their actions and to exonerate those who are falsely accused, whether they are police or whether they are people the police are interacting with. My question is, what exactly do we need to do in order to move ahead? What things does the council need to vote on? And what else needs to happen? It sounds like that there would be a fiscal note, possibly a budget amendment at some point. My assumption is that we do not need to vote on the KPD policy update because we normally don't vote on things in the KPD policy manual anyway. But could you tell us, City Manager, what you think the council has to, what actions the council has to take to move ahead?
So it's accurate, you don't actually have to approve the policy, but the city officially needs to submit the policy to stay in compliance with the grant deadlines. And so we wanted to bring it in front of you to say, unless we hear otherwise, we're going to submit this to the federal grant to stay in compliance. What the council then would need to do is adopt the ordinance that enacts the ability to have the body-worn camera. And we want to do that in the same time frame that would stay compliant with the grant time frame, which would allow us to have the staff on site. So the council's fully funded the program for this year based on the action you took at the 21-22 budget. So once you take your legislative action to authorize the program, you don't need to take a budget action this year. But this will obviously have budget implications for the 23-24 budget, and they'll just start to roll in as part of the base. So So the actions you'll take in June and July to approve the program are really the big actions, and then hearing whether you have any objection to us submitting the policy to the federal DOJ today after tonight is what we're looking for.
Thank you.
So I think what we're looking for is a motion to approve submission. Councilmember Black.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to, if you were moving to an
Go for it.
invitation for a motion, I wanted to make sure I spoke first so I wasn't speaking out of turn later. But did you want to finish what you were just about to say?
No, but if you make a motion, it'd be really helpful.
Well, before anyone does that, I just want to quickly ask a couple questions about the budget. The presentation today sort of, really focused my concentration on the numbers in the near term and then in the long term in the budget. And I just want to understand with the bundled subscription model that we identified as our preferred purchase vehicle, I wanted to understand, since that is a subscription, I did want to understand what our rights are as an agency to terminate that subscription or at the end of the initial subscription period, at the end of any renewal subscription periods. What is the subscription period? If you could, Chief, if you just quickly describe that to us so we have some sense of the control we have over these expenses going forward as we evaluate this program after each year.
Yeah, and I would just ask my staff to jump in if I speak out of turn, but my understanding is that the most cost-effective bundled subscription package is to put together a 5-year program.
Okay. And that may have been in the presentation or the materials and I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then all of the cameras, the batteries, the tasers, everything is, there's no additional cost if you need new batteries. There's no additional cost if a camera gets run over and you need to replace it.
Okay.
Most cost effective.
And if we were, at the end of 5 years, if we as an agency or department were to decide to not renew the subscription, the equipment that we had acquired through that subscription, would we be able to repurpose that equipment? For example, the tasers, are they still useful to our officers, despite the fact that we're no longer going to actively be using that Bluetooth technology?
So I believe the taser would still be usable. The one issue that we have with tasers is that they now, very much like our ballistic vests, have a 5-year lifespan. So we had built that sinking fund and pushed them out to different years so that cost was absorbed a little bit each year. That'd definitely be something that we need to look at. We do a really good job of replacing them as soon as we can, but there are times where we use tasers longer than 5 years. They still work, but the manufacturer recommends replacing them every 5 years.
Okay. But to drill down that just a little bit more, so we will, the tasers will be ours. We won't be stuck in the untenable situation at the end of 5 years deciding we want to not renew the subscription, but realizing that we have to return all these tasers to the provider and buy all new tasers for our department. So the decision to not renew the subscription actually costs us a significant amount in purchasing equipment. Are we going to be in that situation?
I'm not sure that I could speak to that detail. I might have to get back to you to ensure.
That's fine. That's fine. I did have one comment on the policy. There's on page 394, there's some new language in connection with use of body-worn cameras in a First Amendment context. In that, I'll direct everyone's attention to the bottom of that page, 394, where that new language exists. Officers are prohibited from activating their cameras during a First Amendment gathering unless, and there's 2 exceptions. And on the first exception, it's a little subjective, and this is more than just style, and this is more than just wordsmithing. I think we actually do need to use language there that is more of a standard legal a legal standard that's accepted that creates a somewhat, it's never going to be perfectly objective, but a somewhat more objective standard. We say there in the sub-bullet that command personnel are going to make this determination if exception number 1 exists. I would like to say that there's a reasonable basis for command personnel to believe that unlawful activity is occurring in or around the event. Of course, there's still bullet 2, which is a whole different standard, which is a crime is actually occurring. So, you know, the first stone that goes through a window of a shop, there's a crime occurring, and everyone is then relying on exception number 2, not on exception number 1. But where we are relying on exception number 1, I'd like to have a slightly more objective standard, one that's fairly well recognized in the law, and that is that there is a reasonable basis for command personnel to believe. So that's one suggestion I would make.
That it?
That is it.
Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, I think that's a great idea. My question for clarification is, let's say that we approve submitting this to the DOJ now, but between now and, who knows, 6 months from now, whenever it is that we actually deploy these things, we realize that we want to make changes to the policies, like to implement some of the things Councilmember Falcone has talked about. Do we have to go through a lengthy reapproval process with DOJ, or what is actually involved in future amendments to the policy? And we wouldn't be locking ourselves into what we just submit today, I assume, right?
Can I speak to that, Deputy Chief Sinchi?
Absolutely, and for that question. We did confirm that when we were talking to DOJ, and what they want to see is that we're hitting the highlights, the big concerns that other communities have had. And once they kind of sign off on it, they actually encourage, further engagement with the community for the policy to be a living, breathing document, that it should be that way as you become more comfortable with it, as you experience other things, as you continue to get feedback, not only from our officers, but also the community. And so we do not have to resubmit. We just need to make sure we meet the timeline and that we've met kind of the high level concerns that they have as part of the grant.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Mayor, given that we would be able to continue to iterate on the policy, I would like to move that the council approve submission of the draft policy to the U.S. Department of Justice to comply with the grant requirements.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to submit the department's updated draft body-worn camera program policies to the U.S. Department of Justice to comply with the DOJ grant requirements. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. I'm getting tired already. Any discussion? All those in favor? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A brief comment. I know we've heard from the public some concerns of the prioritization of this. We've also heard from the public that said, if you do implement this policy, here's some feedback. I really, really appreciate that that has happened, and I also want to appreciate the work, Chief, of you and your staff in implementing that in the draft policy we see today. It really has iterated a lot, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The question is on the motion to approve submission. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, do we want to take a break?
Thank you very much.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Sorry, then.
Sorry.
9:49?
Yeah. It was long. Thank you very much. We are back.
Recording in progress.
We are back from a short break. And at item number C on our business agenda, the Parks Facilities Feasibility Study Scope of Work. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking tonight for a direction from the council before we issue an RFP for feasibility for potential major facility investments that would inform a 2023 ballot measure. And so we're on a quick timeline, so I wanted to check in. Here to give you the presentation is our Parks and Community Services Director, Lynn Zwagstra.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor, City Council. It's nice to see you in person. We're here. I have several slides for you this evening, but most of them are pictures, so it should be pretty quick. There we go. So we're here this evening to talk about the ballot measure exploratory process. And as you know, we're in the very beginning stages of that exploratory process. Oops. Trying to get rid of the top piece. Very beginning stages of that, and one of the first things that we need to do is to issue a request for proposals for a feasibility study, and that would be pertaining to aquatics and recreation centers. The goal of that study ultimately would be to yield concept plans, which would have costing information for community consideration so they could bring forward a recommendation to City Council. So our goal this evening is just to check in with you and see if the RFP is consistent with council goal. In that language, we have various site amenities, and so I thought it might be fun just to show a couple photos of what those types of facilities are. So wanted to start out with a few floor plans. So this one is a medium to large recreation center with a modest aquatics complex and a 2-court gym, as well as a pretty large multi-purpose room. The next one is, I would say, a large recreation center. It has a competition pool as well as a recreation pool and a splash pad, also a 3-court gym. And then this one is a medium-sized, and it just has a lap pool and then three half courts. And the last one is another large recreation center with a 3-court gym, lap pool, a recreation pool, and a splash pad. The next 2 slides are about splash pads. These are incredibly popular amenities. The top one shows you a leisure pool with recreation components as well as a splash pad. Second one being just a splash pad. And one of the keys there is the almost 0 depth with the splash pad, which makes it much more user-friendly to a lot of different ages. Here's some examples of multi-purpose rooms. I know you've all seen these here at City Hall and at the community centers. These are 2-court gyms. Then we have fitness rooms, or otherwise called as fitness studios. And that bottom one is pretty fancy, swanky down there. And then we have weight rooms. We call it a weight room, but in reality, it has cardio equipment and strength training, and it can have some other functional training types of things as well. And then one of the most exciting pieces that could potentially be in one of the facilities is drop-in childcare. So these are 2 examples. We have your gathering spaces, and the top one is a more formal gathering space that's a little separate from the other areas of the facility, and the bottom one is an example of where they have integrated the gathering space with the amenities of the facility. And that takes us to our last example of a game room or teen room, depending on really how you might like to focus that. And those are 2 examples of very engaging game rooms. So that gets us to our ultimate goal of talking about if the RFP language is consistent with the council goals. And first we had some sites listed there, and then we had draft building program plans. And I do just want to reiterate that these are not designs. Those are just draft program plans as a basis for the consultant to start with. So on that note, that is my presentation.
I know, would you mind going back to the site one just real quick? Because I think that's one of the things we want to really test with the council is the potential park sites.
Yes.
I think we're ready for council comments or feedback.
I'm just going to ask a question before I open it up. Juanita Park Bonita Beach Park North for the Aquatics and Recreation Center. We did an awful lot of study on that the first time. Why are we not considering it this time?
Why are we consider? It is on the list to be considered.
For the large facility?
Oh, are you talking North Kirkland or Bonita Beach Park North? Sorry.
Sorry, Bonita Beach Park North.
Bonita Beach Park North. Right. We put it on the list for a medium-sized facility, but if you'd like, it can be on both lists for sure. It is a little bit of a tighter space for a large facility, and ultimately it depends on what other amenities you might like to have in the park.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Weren't there also concerns about the size of the North Kirkland Community Center park for the large facility, and also even greater concerns about proximity to residential neighborhoods?
Yes, yes, and those concerns would still be valid. The previous facility that was being cited had a 50-meter pool, and the recommendation here would not be for a 50-meter pool, which means the footprint is smaller. Additionally, there are a lot of more modern designs that have a little bit more of a vertical recreation center or two-story to get it into a smaller footprint. So there's ways to consider it that might not have been considered before, but ultimately the site could be ruled out for the same reasons.
Thank you.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm so excited that we're here. So I support the staff recommendation of going straight to the RFP for the building process plan. I mean, congratulations, 4,700 community members responding. I mean, the community's been really clear. This is what we need. This is what we want. So this is definitely the next step to take. And I really appreciate your past experience in building these kind of facilities. I think that'll be very valuable. So my feedback on the sites are I would like to add the Houghton Park and Ride to the analysis for the aquatics and the recreation center. I think that's a great location with the station area plan coming forward, transportation in that area, potentially hotels in that area, driving tourism dollars in that area. So I think that's really important that we add that. The other sites, I think for the community recreation are viable and very good. I'm sort of intrigued by the Houghton Village simply because of the access to the CKC and whether, it's close to the CKC, whether we can potentially get access, whether we could possibly, I don't know, activate the recreation facilities at the Google campus. So I think that one's really promising, but I'm excited that we're moving forward on this. I think that we should all start thinking about potential stakeholders for the exploratory committee, but I think this is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd support the suggestions of my colleagues. And I know that we're at the beginning of the process, Lynn. We have previously, when we did Aquatic Center, had Wave Aquatics that did competitive swimming wanting to partner with us. We've heard from Studio East that's interested in partnering with us with community space. Are those sort of things part of what the building program plans that the RFP would be looking at would allow or potentially support in the future?
Sure, and that's a little bit more on the operating end, but you do have to take that into consideration with design if you're going to have an outside operator. Sometimes that impacts the actual design of the facility. So that's certainly something we can take into consideration and talk with the consultants about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I too am super excited. Oh my gosh. I mean, seeing the photos that you presented tonight, Lynn, just really, really get me excited. I can see so many folks of all different ages and abilities and different interests really making good use of these potential future spaces. So it's awesome. I also support staff recommendations in the plan moving forward. I do want us to consider, as we look at the sites, that we really make sure we're spreading out the locations, that if we're citing a facility in like a larger facility in the north, that we cite the medium facilities more toward the southern end of Kirkland or vice versa. I think it's really important that folks have close proximity and access, particularly for folks who may not have access to vehicles. And so I want us to consider that. Also, I'm really, really happy to see that we're including an option for a community center, the medium size with a pool as well, because I really feel that we need more than one pool here. You know, we just have such a strong need. There's such a huge gap in our community that I don't think just one indoor pool is really going to meet the need. And so I'm happy to see that we're also considering in this the medium-sized community center to have include a pool as well. And then I had a question about the siting at Juanita Beach Park. Do we have a plan? I know that that north side is really heavily used for baseball during baseball season. Do we have an idea of how we would otherwise meet that need if we were to site a facility at the north side of Juanita Beach Park?
Right, excellent question. And that's something we'd have to look into as we do the site analysis on that site in particular, is what would the footprint be, and would that allow space for any of the other amenities, or would it require moving the ball fields? So it's a very important thing to take a look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yep, I really appreciate the structure of the scope of work and this request for proposals. So thank you for pulling this together and coming to us with this initial draft. And I like the idea of really building off of the pros plan and using as much as we can from what we've gotten from that process. And so we're not kind of starting again from square one. You know, you have a flow chart on the third page of the packet, and it shows kind of where this process begins and kind of what process the pros plan covered. It's a little deceiving because it makes it appear that that we're starting just past the community input, but that's not necessarily true, because we're starting basically more looking at the design, site, feasibility, and seeking community input at that same time. We're not starting from the vision, the goals, the needs. That's already been provided by the community through the pros plan. So that's just something that I want to make sure we're really clear about, that we're not bypassing community input. The other thing that I just want to make sure that we are thinking about, and that we deliver this message to the consultants or whoever we hire to do this, is that we really build from the past efforts. That time has passed. It's been 7 years, I think, since that last ARC study was done, but there's still really good tidbits in there, right, that we don't want to forget about. There's good lessons learned. I do think we want to be very clear about what assumptions have changed and make sure we communicate that, because even if we have questions, we know the public's going to be like, well, why are you looking at that site again? Well, it's because our footprint's changing. We're looking at different amenities, you know, so I think we always have to kind of go back and say what is changing, and how that compares a little bit, because it's, believe it or not, that process is still fresh in the minds of many, many folks. So just want to make sure that we're incorporating that into the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? I think we're good to go.
Thank you.
It's time. With that, okay, well done. That will take us to the East Rail Corridor at 134th Court Use Agreement. City Manager, I keep looking over at you and you're not there.
Hopefully I'll be back soon. So thank you, Madam Mayor. So these next two items are linked, but the first one is the East Rail crossing. It's a use agreement with King County to allow crossing of the East Rail for many purposes, as discussed in the packet. But here to give you a quick overview of the agreement itself is our Development Engineering Environmental Services Manager, John Burkhalter.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
And you can see my screen?
We see your screen. We don't see you.
Excellent. Oh, well, we can probably fix that. I think.
There you are.
Apologize. Just a real quick overview and presentation on this. So this is an agreement that, well, I guess let me start with the background. This all really culminated from council's work on the citywide connections process and map. There was a connection identified. So here's the site, and this is the East Rail corridor in blue. And on the citywide connections map, we identified a north-south connection between Northeast 124th Street and 126th Place, right around the area of the 134th block. And this highlighted site, after that decision was made, this highlighted site here, Lee Johnson came in and was interested in moving their campus there. And so in those discussions, we said, well, as part of that, we'd like to at least start this connection, realizing that we were going to be crossing the county's property there, the East Rail corridor. So back in, I think it was July of 2021, you authorized the city manager to sign or approved a memo of understanding with the county to work on that agreement. And we are coming back to you today to recommend that you approve the city manager to sign that agreement. The basic highlights of the agreement are the crossing will be a public street. It will be maintained by the city. It is stop controlled for vehicles. So the users of the future trail there will have the right of way. Part of this, I think you can see in this, there's this property here that has a private driveway. So we're removing that private driveway and there'll be an easement over. So it'll be a safer connection and safer access along that corridor. The city is purchasing the right for those 30 years to pay the county $600,000 in actual cost to remove rails and build the trail. And that's pretty much everything in a nutshell. I don't know if there's any questions. The connection itself, Lee Johnson will be giving right-of-way and easements and starting the connection. And then ultimately when the adjacent property to the west, which is owned by Toyota, they come in to redevelop, we'll make that full connection. There'll be 2 vehicle lanes, buffered bike lane, and pedestrian sidewalks in that corridor. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Discussion? Can I get a motion authorizing the signature?
Madam Mayor, I move resolution R 5538.
Second.
I'm not sure who got that one. Was it John? Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to authorize the city manager to sign the 30-year use agreement with King County to cross the East Rail corridor. Any discussion, any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to the next item, city manager. You are mute.
That hasn't happened in a while for me. Okay, so one of the elements of the MOU that led to what you just approved was that the city of Kirkland would take some money from the King County Park levy to design some options for crossing 132nd Slater. And we want to present those options to you tonight, and we're looking for council approval to proceed with our recommended option, alternative 1. But here to walk you through those options is our transportation engineer, Daniel Rawlings, and he's joined by some consultants that he'll be introducing as well. So Daniel.
All right, thank you. Evening, Mayor Sweet, City Council. Thank you all for having us on tonight. Really excited to present on the CKC East Rail Crossing Study, 132nd Avenue. I'm joined by Tricia Gonzalez with Parametrics, who is the project manager for the study, and Sean Valdivinos with B+M Structural Design, who helped out with the bridge and tunnel concepts for the study, and also Kurt Warber with King County Parks. So with introductions out of the way, I'll hand things off to Tricia for a presentation on the study.
All right, so I think I'm sharing my screen. All right,
Looks
we good? All right, Thanks for having us. We just want to walk through where we're at with the study and give you an update. So the project approach, we were tasked to look at an at-grade and grade-separated options. And we also were looking at kind of a short-term, what could happen in the, in the immediate and a longer-term solution. This study was funded by King County, or the funds came through King County for this traffic study analysis we did. So we worked pretty closely with the county and met every few weeks to go through alternatives development, talk about screening, goals, criteria, and work through the technical reviews of the work that we did. We also presented to the Transportation Commission at the beginning, at the end of the study, to get agreement on both ends of that. And so project need, the trail today, so we're a couple blocks west of what was just on the screen. This is the intersection of 124th and Slater, which then becomes 132nd once you cross the trail. Here's across Kirkland corridor, ends today at Slater and 132nd, and is soon to open on the east end, headed out to the east on the King County portion. And then when it opens, the temporary connection is to come down to the signal to cross and then to come back up. That's about 800 feet out of the way. So today there's about 300 users of the trail in this vicinity. That's bikes and pedestrians. And we expect that once the trail extends to the east, that could double to 600 to 750 users per day. And eventually that's forecasted to carry about 7 to 10 times what we see today, up to 2,000 to 3,000 users per day. So a couple of things that complicated our work is that there is quite a congestion line of cars that start at the signal down here at 124th and Slater that queue up through the trail crossing or the future trail crossing. And then there's also this free right down here that makes the interim condition not ideal. Crossing pedestrians or bikes at a free right isn't great. This is just a picture of what the existing crossing looks like today. There's 5 lanes across, 2 lanes in each direction, and then the beginning of this left turn lane. So screening criteria, we had 13 different criteria, and they fell into these 3 main blocks. The first being looking at whether the improvements improved non-motorized connections. And then we looked at the offsets. So did that improvement fit into the context and minimize impacts to other things? And is it feasible? So when we thought about improving non-motorized connections, we're looking at really safety and intuitive crossings, minimizing delay for the bikes and peds, and then also looking at how does the crossing connect with existing bike lanes that are on 120 or 132nd later. When we think about fits in the context and minimizes impacts, we looked at wetlands, utilities. So Puget Sound Energy has a future line line that comes through on the corridor that complicated the bridge a little bit. We'll get to that in a minute. And we looked at right of way and also traffic impacts. And then in feasibility, we looked at cost, constructability, and maintenance. So we went through several different iterations, and where we landed was that the short-term and immediate solution would be, or that could work, would be to basically narrow the roadway at the crossing here, and you can remove one of the northbound lanes due to some planned reconfiguration of the intersection northbound lanes. So that at that point you would only have 2 southbound through lanes to cross and provide a median, and then 1 northbound through lane to cross. And then we recommend signalizing that. There's several different signals that you could implement. We recommend a hawk. What the hawk does is it stops cars and then it holds them. And then if there's no pedestrian or bike in the crossing, then they can proceed. So it's kind of a balance between giving the pedestrians and trail users the right of way and minimizing traffic delays. So here's a picture of a hawk down on SR 104 in Edmonds near the ferry terminal. So it's a kind of fairly high volume roadway. And the ultimate condition looks a little bit like what we're recommending here, which is two lanes on one side, a median, and then one travel lane on the other side. With this, by reducing a lane northbound, we're also able to get some width back that we could use to provide a bigger buffer between the bike lanes and the travel lanes. So it's an added benefit here. You see that with this blue hatched is the buffer between the travel lanes and the bike lanes. So then looking forward longer term, we were looking at how could we reduce that congestion that occurs at that signal that spills back through the trail crossing. That's not an ideal condition. And so to make that work, we looked at adding a second southbound left and then converting the right turn lane only to a through right lane. And what that does is it provides just more capacity for that southbound movement. It allows that southbound queue to clear so that you're no longer stacking through the trail crossing. And then when we looked at the grade separated options, we looked at a bridge, and the deal with the bridge here is that there's limited section here to try to squeeze quite a lot in. And the biggest constraint really was the Puget Sound energy transmission line coming through. And so we did a bit of an iterative process, right? When we initially put our bridge where we, would ideally want it in their line, there was a conflict. And so our bridge engineer, Sean, looked at where we could move, narrow the bridge a little bit, move it to the north, and then worked with Puget Sound Energy on changing pole types so that we could squeeze that bridge in. So it's feasible, but it's tight, is what we found with the bridge. The other drawback of a bridge is that basically the split for where it goes at grade to the bridge is quite a bit back from where the crossing is at. So if you are on a bike going north-south and you want to get onto the trail, you have a longer switch back to get up and go over. It's not as direct of a connection as an at-grade would provide. So we're recommending that we add alternative 1A, which is narrowing the cross-section, installing a PED signal to the CIP, and then monitor the trail use. Because again, we're at a low volume today, could double in the short term, and it could triple or grow 7 to 10 times in the future. And also to monitor congestion levels. And then you can plan for either an at-grade solution with alternative 2 or consider a PED bridge, which has a lot more, I guess, just unknowns and more variability in making that work. So our next steps are to document our findings and open it up to questions or discussions here.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. This was actually a very informative packet, and I appreciate it. And I'll be honest, I am one of those people that crosses that 5 lanes rather than going down to the corner, so I recognize the need. I appreciate that you reached out to the Evergreen Hill Neighborhood Association, and I agree with the Transportation Commission in that once this East Rail's finished and the future connector bridge goes in, I anticipate that we'll have increased traffic. So I support the staff recommendation of 1A. It's reasonably economical. It always blows me away how much these things cost, but it's the least expensive and it's the one that we can do the most quickly. So I think it's the right direction to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question for the team, and then I have some comments. When it comes to alternative 1A, what would, and this may be for Daniel, what would be the expectation of, let's say that we had the funding, when would that be up, completed? Like, is that 2 years from now, 3 years from now? What are we looking at in terms of sense of timing?
So my understanding with how it's currently scheduled or planned to be scheduled in the CIP is that it would be for a construction sometime in 2025 to 2026. I think we've had some early talks with Rod and CIP about trying to move that timeline up, but I'm not entirely sure like how that could be moved.
Okay, great. That's kind of what I was kind of expecting to hear, just given how these type of projects go. But, you know, like Councilmember Curtis, I've been out there, and thanks for King County and Kurt Warner for joining too. I heard he was on, but thanks for making progress on the East Trail. It's a really nice trail. It's great to see that connection there. But, you know, folks are already using this. And like Councilmember Curtis, I cross there. I look both ways and make sure no one's coming, but I'll admit it, I'm gonna cross there and not walk down. And so it's happening, and more people are gonna be doing that. So it's a real safety issue in my mind. I agree that the Hawk design is the right solution, definitely support this alternative 1A. I just really wanna maintain our momentum here. I don't want to hit a pause button, wait for our CIP to go through the process, incorporate it into CIP, then get back starting on design next year. I would like to move forward with design right away, figure out how we then fund construction. I think we have the capacity to do that. I think we have to rearrange some funds, but I really think this is a really critical link that we want to get built as soon as possible. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. And so I just want to make a motion with that in mind. And this is it, and my colleagues can decide whether or not they agree. But I move that we accept the staff recommendation to authorize the Act-Grade Alternative 1, and in the interest of public safety, direct staff to take all actions necessary to expedite the design and construction of the project as soon as possible. These actions would include, but are not limited to, proposing design funding as part of the 2022 June budget adjustments, and including construction funding options for the project in the 2023-2027 CIP update.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to approve alternative 1 as described. Further discussion?
I just want to speak to the motion. I do appreciate that motion. I think this is a very dangerous intersection, and I don't want anyone to get hurt. We did try to get money last legislative session for this crossing, and now that we've got definitive plans, we can try that again, and hopefully some funding will break loose.
Numbers, yeah. Okay, the question is on the motion to approve the alternative 1 concept with the addendum added by Councilmember Pascal. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Okay, that takes us to the Northeast 85th Street Improvements Funding Agreement. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's all about funding alternative transportation infrastructure these days, which is a great thing. So we are going to be asking you to approve our agreement with Sound Transit, and I'm going to have Joel Funt, our transportation manager, walk you through the agreement. Joel.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here. Can everybody see the slides?
We got it.
Okay, great. So thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm before you this evening to present the Northeast 85th Street Improvements Funding Agreement between the City of Kirkland and Sound Transit. So the Northeast 85th Street improvements are being done in support of Sound Transit's I-405 Stride BRT. More specifically, they will provide better access and circulation to and from the new Northeast 85th Street BRT inline station and interchange project, which is being funded by Sound Transit and built by WashDOT. The interchange and inline station are scheduled to open in 2026, with transit service provided by Sound Transit Regional Express, and I-405 Stride will come online on North 405 in 2027. So in the agreement, there are 3 project elements. The first is a 3rd eastbound lane on Northeast 85th Street between 120th Avenue Northeast and 122nd Avenue Northeast to provide additional street capacity to help ensure proper operation of the new interchange. The second is a ped bike path, 12 feet wide, on the south side of Northeast 85th Street between Kirkland Way and 6th Street to provide a direct and accessible ped bike connection between the BRT station and downtown Kirkland. And the third project is a westbound transit queue jump and transit signal priority at the 6th Street intersection. In the agreement, the city will be responsible for design, permitting, construction, and operation and maintenance of the project elements, while Sound Transit will be responsible for providing information, reviews, comments, approvals, and providing funding for the project elements. So the agreement also includes completion dates for each of the project elements. The 3rd eastbound lane will be complete on or before when the interchange opens to traffic, currently scheduled for the summer of 2026. And the ped bike connection and queue jump will be completed on or before December 31st, 2026. Our hope is significantly before. And the agreement also states that Sound Transit will provide a fixed amount of $14,480,000 to the city to fund the 3 project elements. Sound Transit will also hold an additional 10% contingency of about $1.5 million for the project elements if needed. And the agreement is also set up so that funding for the queue jump project element can be reallocated to fully fund the 3rd lane and ped bike connection as a further hedge against cost increases, because we have fairly preliminary design and cost estimates at this point. So this agreement has been a long time coming, and I'd like to just say thank you to all the staff, the city, and Sound Transit who have worked so hard to make this happen over the years. And staff recommends approval of Resolution R5539, authorizing the city manager to sign the agreement, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joel. Any discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 5539.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Curtis, seconded by Councilmember Black to approve Resolution 5539. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're rocking. Thanks, Joel. Are you with
Thank
the
you.
next item as well?
No.
Okay. That takes us to the Holmes Point study. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We wanted to walk the council through our recommended street standards for Holmes Point. To give the presentations, our project coordinator, Amy Alcock, and OTEC consultant, Mandy Roberts. So take it away, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. During the development of Finn Hill's first neighborhood plan after its annexation into Kirkland, 2 studies were authorized to support street standards particular to the Holmes Point area of Finn Hill. One component of the study includes street standards along the Holmes Point Drive corridor, and the other includes standards for public neighborhood streets that are located within the Holmes Point overlay area. The presentation tonight is a summary of the recommended standards within Holmes Point, which were developed from public engagement meetings, surveys, presentations, discussions, and other comments, such as emails and addressing the Transportation Commission. OTAC was retained as the consultant on this study. Here presenting tonight from OTAC is Principal Planner Mandy Roberts. We have about a 10-minute presentation with time at the end for questions and comments. We're looking for feedback and direction from council regarding these recommendations. And since we have a limited time to cover all the study details of this presentation, more information, of course, can be found in the full report of the council packet. Mandy, welcome, and I will hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Amy, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Great to be with you. Always fun to be last. I'm going to try to work through this quickly though, so we can, in the night, well, and on time here. So we'll talk a little bit about our process, and then we'll break down the recommendations by those for Holmes Point Drive. We have a design concept for the O.O. Denny Park frontage and the neighborhood streets in the Holmes Point Overlay District. So this study started with looking at background materials, design reference manuals, and other guiding documents. We conducted field work to verify existing conditions and dimensions of these streets and really analyze existing conditions. And then we looked at a typology of the streets based on their widths and other characteristics and applied the design recommendations based on that typology. And we were focused on just the public street segments in the overlay district. We were guided by 3 rounds of neighborhood engagement, meetings online that were open to the public, but neighborhood representatives were invited. And we also had online surveys as part of this project. So the first thing we're going to talk about is Holmes Point Drive. The typology that we identified is the entry segments and then the residential segments. The entry segments are those that are more forested, steeper grades, and the residential segments have more homes and properties adjacent to them and are less steep and less forested areas. Some of the things that we heard from the community were interest in making sure there was a continuous pedestrian path and that pedestrians are a priority for Holmes Point Drive, and support for a buffered shoulder for bicyclists, which I'll show you that in a moment, and a separated bike lane is needed in the uphill climbing sections. This is for the red entry areas of Holmes Point Drive. There was a strong interest by the community to keep improvements to the narrowest dimension feasible to reduce impacts to trees along the corridor and other property features. So again, these are the entry areas, and the recommendation for these areas is a buffered shoulder for use by pedestrians and bicyclists on the uphill climbing side of the road. And just for an example of what that would look like, this is from Juanita Drive, where there is a buffered shoulder climbing lane. We would, instead of having the candlesticks though, we just have a wider buffer area. And so that's shown in this cross-section view, showing the north side and the south side entry area with that type of treatment. For the residential areas, we heard similar comments, and again, a strong interest in keeping the dimensions of improvements as narrow as possible, and also an interest in traffic calming solutions for speed reduction. So for this area, we are recommending a curb protected shoulder space for use by pedestrians and bicyclists with an 8-foot shoulder continuously along the east side of the road and a 4-foot shoulder on the west side of the road, and then the provision of on-street parking where opportunities allow. So here's an example of what that would look like from 84th Avenue Northeast. And then our cross sections is showing how this would look along the corridor. So again, we really wanted to keep the width of improvements to the narrowest possible, and also wanted something that really blends with the character of the area. And many people felt that curb gutter sidewalk was really kind of an urban treatment, and they wanted to see more of a pathway approach, which is what this is. Just a couple more examples of where you would have parking and how that would be treated. Okay, for the O.O. Denny Park area, we had a lot of input in this area related to it being very popular for pedestrian and bicycle access, and that the parking is important but needed to be better organized. There was also a desire for more crossing visibility and speed reduction solutions. And people were concerned, we talked about potential raised crossings. People were concerned that those might create vehicle noise, but we explained that really they're not like speed bumps. it's a parabolic curve and people are going very slow. So there shouldn't be noise impacts associated with that. So this area is represented by the 2 green dots is where we would have the crossings at either end of the park. One of those would be near the parking lot and another one would be further to the north. I'll show you that one in a minute. We just did some renderings here to kind of show the idea of having paths on both sides of the corridor here with parallel parking on the west side. And then at the very north end of the park at 68th Avenue Northeast, we're proposing a raised crossing there as well, which would be highly visible to cars coming into the area and would provide that traffic calming and slowing that the neighborhood and community was asking for. Okay, now moving on to the last area of our work, the Neighborhood Streets Plan. We did the typologies for these streets and we've got the pink, blue, and purple. Pink streets are those streets that will have existing and proposed segments of curb, gutter, and sidewalk already existing or planned for those streets. Blue are narrower 24 to 28 foot nominal width streets. And we've got a couple of different options for those that we'll be looking at. And then the very narrowest 20 to 24, there are only a few of those with a few houses on those streets. And we're recommending that those would be shared roadway areas. So we did hear from the neighborhood that there was a strong interest in pedestrians and pedestrian access. Most felt that narrow streets would, it would be appropriate to have shared streets, but only where there's low traffic volume and low residences. A lot of people were asking about the timelines for implementation, which we explained that these improvements would occur with any redevelopment that might happen in the neighborhood. So kind of on a case-by-case basis. And again, there was concern about preserving trees and making sure impacts are minimized to properties. So for the pink sidewalk, curb, and gutter street connections, a recommendation is to have a separated sidewalk on one side of the street, separated by a planting strip. And this is a similar type of treatment that you see on other streets in Kirkland of this type. For the 24 to 28 foot streets, we actually have 2 different recommendations. One is a separated mixed use path for pedestrians and bicyclists. And the other one is a concrete shoulder, which is another type of design treatment that's being installed in this neighborhood area. So the 5 foot separated path allows for a planting buffer. And there was a lot of interest in that with the neighborhood just because it introduces green and feels a little bit more in character with the wooded area. In the areas where we want to keep it very narrow and avoid impacts to trees, then a 5 foot concrete pedestrian shoulder is recommended. And lastly, for the very narrow, only a few places where this would occur, the 20 to 24 foot streets, folks felt that cars are going slow enough and volumes are low enough that having a share the road approach on those streets with pedestrians and bicyclists sharing the road with motorists would be appropriate. So we do have recommendation documents in your packet and explains in more detail the process of field work and our neighborhood engagement results. A lot of the comments we received are included. And of course, the recommendations by location. So with that, I think I will turn it back over to Amy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Council members, I'd like to open this up to discussion with you for any questions or comments on the presentation or the recommendations made in the council packet.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Mandy and team, great work on the study efforts. I recognize that there was a lot of work behind it and really appreciate the illustrations and visuals because I think that was really effective in understanding the different concepts that could be considered for the roadways out there. I attended several of the public meetings, so, and thought they were really well done, so thank you for that. One of the things that piqued my interest was those raised crosswalk concepts around the park. And I'm hopeful that those are concepts that we could consider, at some point in the CIP update process by themselves, because I think those would provide a lot of benefits for speed reduction and safety accessing the park. I had just a couple questions for you. One is, I noticed that there is quite a bit of encroachment into the right-of-way for a number of the homes that border the corridor north of the park. I'm wondering what types of communication that the city's had with those property owners to avoid that type of encroachment, because that right-of-way is really precious for being able to walk outside of the travel lane, but there's locations where you can't do that because there's structures and things like that. Have you had any communications, and what have those been, if you have?
Yeah, do you want me to go ahead and start answering, Amy? I can.
Yeah, I think we both heard similar discussion, right, at our neighborhood meetings about concerns over this encroachment. And as development continues, we can assess those areas as needed. But in terms of the footprint of the width of the street, a lot of thought was put into the consideration of some encroachment. Items that were brought up were safety issues of people accessing very steep driveways on the western side of the Homesport Drive corridor in particular. And so that's one of the reasons, as well as preserving trees, that great effort was put into making the footprint as small as possible.
Yeah, and I'll just add, in the neighborhood meetings, they were very well attended, and I don't know specifically if those who attended are those that also own property with encroachments, but it was brought to everyone's attention that was attending the meeting that those do exist, and that there is right of way there that extends beyond some of those areas. At the same time, we heard pretty clearly that people wanted to keep the width of improvements as narrow as possible, primarily to preserve the trees along the corridor, but also because of some of the steep driveways and ditches and things like that. So, okay,
thank you. The other question was, in the map that you have up is a good visual of this. What did we do for the very north end of the corridor that Kirkland maintains and owns, but it goes through the St. Edward's Park? The northern part where it essentially goes up to Juanita Drive and intersects there by the QFC. Did we look at that at all? Did we inventory that? Did we consider any safety improvements at that northern end, or was that outside the scope of this effort?
No, I believe that is part of our entry area that we included all the way up to the intersection with Juanita Drive. It's just not showing on this map very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I was kind of looking for any safety recommendations for that northern end, and I didn't see that in the materials. So I guess at
the intersection itself, John, is that?
Actually, for the section, if we're looking at the map on the screen, it would be the section that is not colored orange and goes through the forest there, up to the north, so that whole segment, basically, where it's really windy.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm looking for is I'd be interested in staff kind of taking a look at the signs and the pavement markings up there. There's really much more up-to-date sign and pavement marking that's really reflective, that has a much greater reflectivity than what I see out there, and that could really enhance and prevent run-off the road type of situations, which are prevalent along that section just because of the high speeds and sharp corners. I'm looking really at low cost, high value type of improvements that, our maintenance crews could do, or that we could do as part of our annual striping program, just to improve safety. That would be something that I'd be interested in having staff come back to us with some options as part of the CIP update. I don't know.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that and then follow up with the development group as well.
Kurt, City Manager, should I make a motion on that? I know we're not adopting this tonight, but at least kind of what I just said there. Would that be helpful?
I wonder if, particularly as you're approaching it from a safety perspective, if it wasn't incorporated into the study, it should have been, because that's a scary start down the hill. So, I would think would be an expectation that we look at it.
So I guess I'm sort of two minds. This one is, I think that it's, not quite in the scope of this study, but it's very much in the scope of the kinds of smaller projects that we do as part of the striping program, and the neighborhood safety and other programs. So yeah, I guess a motion to bring options for low cost safety improvements to the entrances, I think could be separate from the study itself, and just that we would bring that forward as part of the budget discussions, I think would be the way to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I think the study is a really well done study. I don't know that we need to add it into there. It was just more of a question of addressing that at some point. I think these are important things to look at. So I just make a motion to direct staff to investigate low-cost safety improvements, focusing on enhanced signage and striping for the north and south ends of the corridor where it intersects Juanita Drive and has kind of steep ravines on either side and sharp corners, and bring back options for our consideration during the CIP update.
Second.
That's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone, to add that safety evaluation and come back. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nice work on these standards. I have two comments, one of which, I'm not sure if this is a change to the standards or implementation details, but we just finished a tree code that required developers to use flexibility when they could to save trees, and especially in the neighborhood street standards where we have a planting strip and a sidewalk. I'm wondering, in the cases where the sidewalk location could move to save a tree, if that's something that needs to be incorporated in the standards or could be handled during implementation. But definitely want to make sure that we use that same flexibility in the work that we're doing in the right-of-way that we're asking of private development. Second question is, we have a number of standards here in the neighborhood streets where the sidewalk is implemented on one side of the street. Again, as an implementation detail, I'm curious about whether redevelopment on the side of the street that doesn't have the sidewalk contributes somehow to completing the network, or are we only asking people on one side of the street to build these improvements, and would like some follow-up on that as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like that term, implementation detail. I have one question, another implementation detail I want to make sure I understand. When it comes, I'm really curious about the encroachments, and I want to understand, and so that we, certainly anyone who's watching and interested in this, but also when we get questions, I'd like to make sure I understand when we would be asking a property owner to remove an encroachment. What would trigger that decision?
I can just provide a little overview on that, and then Julie, if you want to jump in as well. So using a parallel example, when we purchased the Cross Kirkland corridor, there are quite a few encroachments on the corridor. So what we did is notified everybody that they were encroaching, and the city reserved the right to take back the encroachment anytime we felt it was necessary. And then what we've done is essentially and I think what we do on the Holmes Point is if there's a redevelopment next to an encroachment and we think it makes sense to then eliminate the encroachment to extend the benefit, we would do that. Or if there's something happening on both sides, or if the city itself had a public works project that needed that space as part of a project we adopt as part of our CIP. Those would be the kinds of things that we would make a change to the encroachment. But notification out of the gate, but we wouldn't automatically ask everyone to remove it just because, but we would do it in context of something that was linked to it.
Great, thank you.
And if I could add to Deputy Mayor Arnold's question about trees, Public Works Development Services really prides itself on retaining every tree possible. So even now we do that. And so you might even find there are neighborhoods where the sidewalk might meander, and it's doing that to preserve the tree. So we make every effort to preserve the tree in Holmes Point, but let me add, I would say across the entire city of Kirkland.
Okay, any further discussion? Well, thank you very much for a beautiful report. The graphics in this were really outstanding. And I think that you guys have been really creative in coming up with alternatives in an area that the county just kind of let design itself. So thank you very much for your work. And with that, I believe we go to council reports. And we'll start with Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really don't have anything to report, but I do want to ask to be excused from a portion of our next meeting, which is on June 7th. I'm happy to report that Bluetooth Special Interest Group is hosting our first major international conference since the start of the pandemic in Kirkland and Bellevue that week. And that Tuesday evening is an important ceremony-type event that I have to attend as chair of the board. Just can't escape it. So I'll be late to the council meeting, probably arrive between 8 and 8:30, and would just ask to be excused from that first part of the meeting.
Okay, we'll make that motion at the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just really one substantive item to report, and you'll be receiving a meeting summary from the Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting that was held this week. Last week, end of last week. So we heard presentations from King County Metro regarding their safe reform initiative, safety, security, and fair enforcement. So an important and interesting initiative with respect to fair enforcement going forward for the King County Metro, and then also an update on their zero emission initiative with respect to their fleet. So I'll send an update on that. Someone's probably going to mention it, but did enjoy attending the groundbreaking for the 132nd. What am I calling that? Off-ramp, on-ramp? My mom calls them get-ons and get-offs. So the get-ons and get-offs at 132nd. So that was really enjoyable. Good to see everybody out there. And it was a beautiful day. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members Nixon, Pascal, and I attended the Peace Officers Memorial on Monday. It was a very moving ceremony, reflecting the fact that more than 600 police officers, correction officers lost their lives in the line of duty in 2021.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I agree with Councilmember Black that the I-405 Northeast 132nd Street Interchange project groundbreaking event was wonderful yesterday. And in particular, Deputy Mayor Arnold did a really fantastic job speaking on behalf of the city of Kirkland. So thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wanted to briefly highlight some events that are coming up. I'm looking forward to the Stationary Plan open house tomorrow night. For those who in the community who may not have read through the hundreds of pages of our consent agenda, we did proclaim May 21st as Kids to Parks Day. And I'm excited that Kirkland is helping to celebrate that with the Taste of the Worlds event that's happening this Saturday. So looking forward to that. Also looking forward to the Finn Hill Green Loop celebration happening on Sunday. Also going to be attending some of the health through housing small group meetings. I'm looking forward to hearing what folks have to say, and that's a smaller group setting. The Deputy Mayor and I will be attending later this week a Sustainability Ambassadors Town Hall at the National Community Hall, where we'll get to discuss ways that they can really connect to the needs in the Sustainability Master Plan. And aside from that, I was going to ask about the update on the ARCH recommended tenant protections, and I think the city manager is going to mention that, discuss that later. And then also just wanted to say that I really appreciate our new council policy on hybrid meetings. That, you know, I feel safer being home tonight, being immunocompromised, and with the current COVID surge. So thank you so much to council for approving the new hybrid policy. That's it.
Thank you. And I guess that just leaves me. I ran into Councilmember Falcone at the blood drive. That was pretty fun. Not sure if anybody else was able to participate, but they were cooking. I can't believe how many people participated in the blood drive. And I see the city manager nodding his head, and I look over at him, and he's still not there. And other than that, not a whole lot to report other than I missed my first MSWAC meeting in 6 years. But fortunately, John McGilvery was able to attend in my place. My well thought out planning to attend from Kettle Falls was great, except for the fact that I lost I lost my hotspot when we were up there. Did attend missing middle housing discussion hosted by, it was Brendan Nunes and Doug Davis and the Master Builders, where we had a really interesting discussion. I was able to do the introduction just from the perspective of Kirkland. Adam did a beautiful presentation of what we have done with regard to missing middle housing and you know, just the techniques and the various things that we've put in place. And then Josh, I can't remember Josh's last name, Wilson from Merritt, or is it Josh? Lyson. Anyway, Josh did a really scary demonstration, a graph that showed the rising costs of construction products. I think the cost of garage doors is like 587% higher over the course of 3 years. I mean, it was really stunning, and you know, God willing, prices are going to be able to come down soon because we're running at a target that will be impossible for us to beat if something doesn't happen soon. And with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So 2 quick topics. So the first is the tenant protections. I actually meant to cover this under the COVID-19 report. Sorry about that, but we had been asked by the council as part of a motion to come back with a plan for stakeholder outreach and the draft tenant protections. Just with everything that happened in the past 2 weeks, we're not able to quite get it done for this council meeting, but it is scheduled for the June 7th meeting. So the deputy city manager has already been reaching out to some of the stakeholders. We're going to have the plan and draft language for the council's review on the 7th, and then we'll be starting the stakeholder process, and then hopefully bringing things back for council action in late June and early July. So more to come on that, but we will definitely hit the mark on June 7th. And then the other thing I wanted to make sure the council was aware of is updating you on the Houghton Village Shopping Center acquisition. So the due diligence period actually ends this Friday. We have completed all the city's due diligence, and We have not identified anything that doesn't make us want to purchase the property. And so we will be closing on the property on May 27th of this month. We will be bringing also to the June 7th meeting a update to the city council on basically next steps and the community outreach and the sort of 3-year plan for how we might develop options for how that property will be used. So council will have lots of opportunity to give us direction, and then we'll be reaching out to the community as well. But wanted to let you know that that will close on May 27th. Then I want to see if council has any questions on either of those two topics. I have to look all at you because I only see you on this.
I don't see any.
Okay. And then just a reminder, next Thursday, we have the council fiscal retreat from 11:30 to 3:30. You'll be receiving your council packet sometime on Monday. We hope it might be towards the end of the day on Monday. And we're going to try to keep it focused and tight, but you will be getting another packet to review. So stay tuned for that. And I think you're going to enjoy the time. There's a lot of really interesting things to share with you about the finances. So, and with that, just any other questions on the calendar before I'm finished?
Any calendar updates? I don't think so.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, with that, then we have no executive session. We will just move directly to adjournment. Thanks for a lot of work tonight. Thank you very much. Stuff to sign. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.